Chapter 1874. Following Hijichu in, Gu Nianji was shocked by the furnishings inside. The courtyard layout here was completely in the style of the Tang dynasty. The structure was simple and open, but the small place was especially ingenious. The grandeur and exquisiteness miraculously blended together. It was not out of place at all. A male waiter in a simple white shirt and black pants walked over and led the two of them across a bluestone path to a small octagonal pavilion next to the water. This is the best scenic spot on the winding stream. Please have a seat. Breakfast will be served soon. Gu Nianji looked in the direction the waiter was pointing and realized that the layout here was indeed very unique. A winding 2-foot-wide stream of water had been trimmed into the shape of a small stream. There were pebbles of various shapes at the bottom, and all kinds of koi fish could be seen swimming inside. Around this winding stream, there were small houses of various colors that were the same as the octagonal pavilion they were in. The windows were facing the water, and in front of the houses were bananas, dripping guanine, bonsai, palm leaves, and other large leafy plants. It was just like a private room in a normal restaurant, but the private room here was more grand and luxurious. A few people were in a small house or pavilion, giving everyone a sense of privacy. The waiter left. Hijichu saw that Gu Nianji was still standing there looking at the scenery elsewhere, so he took Gu Nianji's hand and sat down. Hijichu found her stunned expression very interesting. He raised his hand to stroke her hair and smiled. You've been back for so long, but you haven't had a good time. When the case is over, I'll do my best as a host and take you around here and the imperial capital. Not far from them, in a private room across the water, Xie Qingying watched as Hijichu and Gu Nianji held hands and sat next to each other. Hijichu even stroked Gu Nianji's hair intimately. Xie Qingying's face burned as if she had been slapped in the face. Her best friend, who was sitting next to her, also saw this scene. Her eyes widened and she said indignantly, "Is this what you said? They're discussing work. Scumbag. I didn't expect young Master He to be such a scumbag. And that cousin of yours. You've already broken off the engagement with young Master He, but you're still so intimate with him. Is it really okay?" Xie Qingying's best friend had once experienced the man she deeply loved cheating on her, so she could empathize with this kind of thing. Xie Qingying gripped the chopsticks in her hand. Her knuckles gradually turned white from the force she exerted. "Qingying, don't hold it in. In terms of feelings, you two are equal. You used to worship him and look up to him, but now that you're in a relationship, are you really going to turn a blind eye to this?" Her best friend pointed at the two people who were smiling at each other and said angrily, "Don't make me look down on you. You weren't like this before." Xie Qingying had a few boyfriends in the past. She was very principled towards them. If she was unfaithful once, she wouldn't be faithful again. She wouldn't give them any room to argue. But now, Xie Qingying pursed her lips. Although she felt terrible, she still said with difficulty, "Maybe they came out for breakfast after talking about work." "Heh, you believe that? Qingying, you're really hopeless." Her best friend slammed the table. The voice was so loud that it spread out through their open window. Gu Nianji was sitting facing them. When she heard the voice, she subconsciously looked up and suddenly realized that it was Xie Qingying and her best friend sitting opposite her. The clear stream flowed between them, and the colorful koi fish shuttled back and forth in the water without stopping for a moment. Gu Nianji didn't think too much about it and nodded at Xie Qingying as a greeting. She smiled and winked at Hijichu, then teased, "Young Master He, cousin Xie is also having breakfast here. Did you guys make an appointment? Did I interrupt your date? Should we ask cousin Xie and her friend to come over?" She was actually just being polite. She couldn't let anyone else hear what she and Hijichu were discussing. However, she couldn't figure out how far Hijichu and Xie Qingying were. If they really wanted to talk about marriage, then they would be on the same side. They couldn't keep it from her. So she kicked the ball to He Ji-chu and saw how he would handle it. He Ji-chu looked up in surprise and saw Xie Qingying forcing a smile at them. He was furious. His first thought was that Xie Qingying was following him. However, Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying's best friend were both next to them, so he couldn't lose his temper at Xie Qingying. Even if he wanted to scold her, he would have to go back first. He Ji-chu had always given Xie Qingying face in front of outsiders. He looked away expressionlessly and said, I said I had something to do. I don't know why she's here. Maybe it's a coincidence. Oh. Gu Nianji didn't try to persuade him. Then hurry up and serve the dishes. I'm really hungry. He Ji-chu glanced behind him. It's here. Eat slowly. Don't rush it. It's not good for your stomach. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. I want to taste the signature dishes here. She could go back and argue with Lu Yuan. The waiter brought a table full of breakfast snacks. He Ji-chu scooped her a bowl of peach kernel soup and pushed the black pepper okra truffle in front of her. There's also purple potato steamed buns and chicken fur mushroom and asparagus fried rice. It's not dry at all. It's good to eat in the morning. It's all vegetarian. Gu Nianji looked at the bright purple potato steamed buns. They were only the size of a thumb and were neatly arranged on a small plate. She could eat 2 in one bite. The chicken fur mushroom and asparagus fried rice had a very bright color scheme. The fried rice grains were like pearl rice, so eating it in the morning wouldn't cause a sore throat. Gu Nianji took a bite. It was surprisingly delicious, and it was obvious that she didn't use any extra condiments. She tried her best to maintain the original fragrance of the food. She couldn't stop after taking one bite. She just buried her head in the food. Xie Qingying, who was sitting across from her, lost her appetite when she saw that He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji had already noticed her and were still eating her breakfast as if nothing had happened. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath. She stood up and said in a low voice, I'll go say hello. That's more like it. Her best friend pushed her. Sister, walk forward boldly. If young master he is a scumbag, we don't want it no matter how good it is. Xie Qingying walked along the winding path. Her heart was in a mess. She felt like every step was walking on the edge of a knife. When she arrived at the octagonal pavilion where He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji were, her smile was a little stiff. Young master He, Nianji, you're here too. If I knew you were coming, I would have ordered food for you first. She was showing that she had come first and hadn't followed them on purpose. Gu Nianji looked up and smiled. Good morning, cousin. The food here is really good. It's my first time here. I went out with young master He to do something and passed by here. Young master He was so polite that he invited me here for breakfast. He Ji-chu understood and said lightly, you guys are here for breakfast too. Nianji and I will go do something after we finish eating. You guys take your time. I'll tell them later and put it on my tab. Xie Qingying suppressed her anger and said, no need. I can also put it on your tab here. Why don't I treat you guys to this meal? Gu Nianji saw that the two of them were about to quarrel, so she quickly laughed and said, okay. Young master he will treat you guys to this meal. Cousin will treat us to this meal. Everyone will be happy. How about that? She gave He Ji-chu a look, signaling him not to pull a long face. He Ji-chu rubbed his chin, and the expression on his face softened. He curled his lips. All right. He looked back at Xie Qingying. Is that okay? Xie Qingying thought to herself, you two have already made up your mind. How can I say no? She looked at Gu Nianji seriously and said, cousin, if you want to stroll around the imperial capital, I can accompany you. Young master, he has been very busy recently and only sleeps for 3 to 4 hours a day. I'm an idle person and have nothing to do. If you don't mind, I can accompany you to eat and play. Gu Nianji also noticed Xie Qingying's slight resistance and was a little unhappy. She thought to herself that if she really came here to travel and had to listen to others, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? However, on second thought, Xie Qingying didn't know about her relationship with He Zhichu, nor did she know what they were doing. It was normal for her to have such emotions. Gu Nianji put herself in his shoes. If she had seen Hua Xiaoheng being so intimate with another woman, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in and would have fought with Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, she wouldn't have fought outside, but she would definitely have fought at home. At this thought, Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu with a strange expression, then at Xie Qingying. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine how the elegant Xie Qingying would fight with the cold and aloof He Zhichu. She couldn't help but snicker. In Xie Qingying's eyes, it had a different meaning. She felt that her anger was on the verge of collapse. Gu Nianji could tell that there was a conflict between her and He Zhichu. She must be very proud, right? She was still snickering. She really didn't know what to do. Xie Qingying opened her mouth, but her upbringing from a young age prevented her from doing anything rude in public. In the end, her eyes dimmed, and she said as if she was fleeing, "Young master I have some matters to attend to recently, so I have to leave the imperial capital for some time." She wanted the two of them to calm down. He Zhichu looked at Xie Qingying's restrained expression and felt a little apologetic. As he watched her leave in a hurry, he took out his phone and sent her a text message, "We're going to the prosecutor's office later to take care of business. Don't think too much." Xie Qingying returned to the private room where she and her best friend were staying. When she heard her phone ring, she took it out and saw that it was a text message from He Zhichu explaining himself. This was something that had never happened before. The anger that had risen in her heart from the grievances she had suffered just now had actually disappeared in an instant. She touched her face and thought to herself, "Xie Qingying, you're really hopeless." Her best friend snorted when she saw her like this. "Useless. I'm going to eat and drink to my heart's content today. Only when my wallet bleeds will you remember this bloody lesson." Gu Nianji saw that the two of them had quarreled, so she stopped joking. She hurriedly finished her breakfast and left the Guanglu Temple restaurant with He Zhichu to go to the Third Ring Road Procuratorate. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1863, Presumption of Guilt, 5. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS, remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of QQ Bookstore, please come and like the Chidian reading app. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1875. When the people in the procuratorate heard that Major General He Zhichu had come with the lawyer, and that it was a case related to his deceased mother, Qin Suan, they immediately sent someone to invite them to the prosecutor's office. The person stood up when he saw He Zhichu and quickly walked over to shake his hand. "Young Master He, is there any progress on Professor Qin's case?" "Professor Qin." Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu in confusion. He Zhichu introduced her. "My mother was a visiting professor at the Imperial University of Law. Attorney General Lin was her student." No wonder. With Qin Suan's legal talent and achievements, even without the He family's power, she was still an important figure in the Huaxia Empire's legal world. It was a pity that she passed away too early. Gu Nianji couldn't help but sigh. She quickly shook Attorney General Lin's hand and said, "Hello, we're here for this case." "That's great, this way please." Attorney General Lin was very polite to her and He Zhichu. Without saying anything else, he let them into the prosecutor's office and closed the door to discuss the case. Gu Nianji handed over the complaint file she had made. Attorney General Lin looked at the thickness and smiled. It's such a thick stack. It seems that Miss Gu has done a lot of preparation. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. In order to get the procuratorate to approve my complaint, so that the court can file the case as soon as possible and set a time for the trial, I had to do everything I could. Attorney General Lin had thought that it would take him a few days to finish reading such a thick complaint file. However, as soon as he flipped open the file, he was immediately attracted by the index and case summary. Although the entire file was more than 100 pages long, because the index and summary were unexpectedly well done, Attorney General Lin only spent half an hour to go through the more than 100 pages of complaint file. Not a single important part was left out. Looking at the thick complaint file, Attorney General Lin couldn't help asking curiously. Miss Gu, are you also Professor Qin's student? Why do you ask? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? No problem, no problem, Attorney General Lin said very enthusiastically. It's the way you write the file and the writing procedure. It's almost exactly the same as what Professor Qin taught us. Gu Nianji had learned many things about the law from He Zhichu, and He Zhichu had probably been carefully trained by his mother, Qin Suwen. Gu Nianji glanced at He Zhichu. She didn't dare to admit that she was actually a little jealous of him. She was jealous that he was able to live openly with her mother for so many years. She was even able to receive her mother's personal guidance. She even guided him step by step. As for himself, in the end, it was just an unorthodox method. Gu Nianji sighed softly and forced a smile. I don't have that kind of luck. Young master, he taught me all these things. Oh. That's the same. That's the same. Attorney General Lin rubbed his head and smiled. Young master, he is Professor Qin's only son. He Zhichu sensed Gu Nianji's disappointment and smiled faintly as he patted the back of her hand. He asked Attorney General Lin, what do you think? Can this case be established? Prosecutor Lin leaned back in his black chair and said with a serious expression, whether a case can be defined as murder depends on whether the victim's death was self-inflicted or caused by someone else. If it was self-inflicted, it must have been suicide or an accident. If it was caused by someone else, it can be divided into intentional and impromptu. The death was caused by someone else on purpose. In other words, the other party still committed a crime when he knew that his actions would cause the death of another person. In other words, the murder was premeditated. This is murder. The conviction of a murder case requires witnesses, physical evidence, chain of evidence logic, and most importantly, the body of the deceased. Attorney General Lin looked at the computer with emotion. Do you know how many cases can't be prosecuted for murder because the body of the deceased can't be found? Gu Nianji nodded and continued, it's written very clearly in my complaint that Qin Yaoguang deliberately provoked Qin Suwen when she knew that she had a heart disease, which led to her death. Moreover, I have evidence that Qin Yaoguang, with the support of the Qin family, tortured Qin Suwen for more than 10 years. To be precise, it wasn't until Qin Suwen married General He Qingjian that the Qin family's mental persecution of Qin Suwen temporarily stopped. The corners of Attorney General Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at He Zhichu and said tentatively, this seems a little far-fetched. What do you think, young master He? He Zhichu said without batting an eyelid, the doctor's diagnosis was that my mother died suddenly in the study because of a congenital heart attack. And you and I both know that if patients with congenital heart disease take good care of themselves, they won't get sick. Once they get sick, they must have been provoked. Attorney General Lin turned on the computer and found the documents related to Qin Suwen's case. He opened it and read the summary of the case. He said, but it says that the last person she saw before she died was Gu Xiangwen. So even if she died from being provoked, she was provoked by Gu Xiangwen. This Gu Xiangwen is already wanted, and he died in a car accident. I don't understand. What does this have to do with Qin Yaoguang? Gu Nianji thought to herself. Of course, this relationship was a long story, but in order to file a case, she couldn't care less. Attorney General Lin, that's not the case. Gu Nianji took out a few clues she had found in Qin Suwen's medical records. Look at this information. These are the drugs Qin Suwen took a month before she died. These drugs look like they are commonly used drugs, but the problem is that Qin Yaoguang was the one who prescribed them. She's a brain surgeon. Why would she prescribe drugs to a happy patient? Qin Suwen's medical records were all copied by He Zhichu for her. Attorney General Lin looked at the medical records and still felt that it was a little forced. He said, I remember that the He family's healthcare doctors listened to Qin Yaoguang at that time. Qin Yaoguang was in charge of the He family's healthcare. He glanced at He Zhichu. People like them who were more familiar with Qin Suwen and the He family knew that Qin Yaoguang had cured He Zhichu's illness, so the He family trusted Qin Yaoguang very much when it came to healthcare. Although Qin Yaoguang's specialty wasn't medicine, as the director of a large hospital, it was normal for her to sign the daily medication. To outsiders, Gu Nianji's words were indeed a little unreasonable. However, it was understandable for Gu Nianji to come to this conclusion based on the information she had that wasn't known to outsiders. He Zhichu understood both sides of the situation, so he understood Attorney General Lin's hesitation and Gu Nianji's reasoning. It wasn't very rigorous, but they only had 2 days to prepare, so if it wasn't rigorous, they could only make it up to her. He Zhichu said calmly, yes, we all listened to her at the time, so it's very likely that we were blinded by inertia. Sometimes, the most impossible person to do a case will indeed make everyone go through a lot of trouble. Okay, even if there's a problem with this signature, is there a problem with these drugs too? Attorney General Lin pointed at the names of the drugs recorded on the medical records and said, these have been tested by different doctors, and the person who took the drugs is also a member of the He family. Gu Nianji was waiting for him to ask about the drugs, so she immediately said, I've checked in the He family. After lawyer Qin Suwen passed away, her things were originally well placed in her room, but as soon as Qin Yaoguang married in, she took away lawyer Qin Suwen's things and threw them away. I heard that Qin Yaoguang threw those drugs into the trash heap. Let me ask you, if there was no problem, why would she throw away those drugs? Wasn't she destroying the evidence of her crime? Actually, Gu Nianji had taken advantage of this loophole. Because if those drugs were still there, this wouldn't be a doubt, because there was actually no problem with these drugs. When Qin Suwen had just passed away, these drugs had all been tested. They were only returned when there was no problem. But now, because these drugs were gone and thrown away, they could be suspected that there was a problem with them. Although it couldn't be confirmed, the suspicion was established. Qin Yaoguang had thrown away these drugs back then, most likely because they had already expired and were useless, so it didn't matter if she threw them away. Of course, it was also very likely that she didn't want to see things that Qin Suwen had used. Therefore, she couldn't blame anyone but herself. Why would she throw away other people's things for no reason? Moreover, Qin Suwen's room had been locked up by He Qingjian, so Qin Yaoguang hadn't been able to move in the end. Attorney General Lin was also puzzled. But we tested these drugs back then, and there was no problem with them. Tests can also be wrong. Gu Nianji smiled. Attorney General Lin, can you guarantee that the drug test back then was completely correct and that there were no mistakes or errors? Of course, no one could guarantee this. Not to mention that there were bound to be errors in the test, even if it was fraud, it wasn't unheard of. Gu Nianji was able to raise this question because so many years had passed. Either everyone didn't remember what had happened back then, or the procedures weren't strict. If they wanted to overturn the case, they could always overturn it. Moreover, this was a case that had yet to be closed. Gu Nianji saw that Attorney General Lin was starting to soften, so she immediately asked, Qin Yaoguang had deep feelings for General He. She was only willing to be with him in this life. Moreover, when Qin Yaoguang was engaged to General He, general he didn't even know Qin Suan. In addition, after Qin Suan's death, Qin Yaoguang's wish of more than 20 years was fulfilled and she married General He. In my opinion, that's the motive. Also, Qin Yaoguang has been in charge of the He family's health insurance for a long time. In summary, Qin Yaoguang has the motive, the means, and the ability to carry out Qin Suan's murder. Gu Nianji stood up and bowed respectfully to Attorney General Lin. Attorney General Lin, whether or not you can clear Professor Qin's name depends on your decision. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1864, Presumption of Guilt, 5. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of QQ Bookstore, please come and like the Chidian reading app. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1876. Attorney General Lin was also a veteran of handling cases for many years. He could tell at a glance that the arguments in Gu Nianji's complaint file were not solid. If they wanted to take it seriously, it wouldn't meet the standard of a murder case. However, he also knew that this case had happened a long time ago. Most of the people involved were people of high status. Many things could not be treated the same as ordinary cases. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the file. After thinking for a long time, he slowly asked, "Are you sure that Dr. Qin Yaoguang murdered Professor Qin Suan?" Gu Nianji understood the meaning behind Inspector Lin's words and said tactfully, "For now, that is exactly the case. But we all know that things may change after the trial. No one can guarantee this. The only thing I can guarantee is that Madame Qin Suan was murdered." Prosecutor Lin nodded thoughtfully. "I'll tell you the truth. If you want to sue Qin Yaoguang for murder, the weight of this complaint is indeed not enough. If they find a better lawyer, a lot of your evidence will be refuted. You have to be mentally prepared." Gu Nianji also knew that her preparations weren't perfect. Even she could pick out a few of them and directly refute them. However, the situation was urgent. She was now racing against time. She did not have more time to complete the complaint file. Gu Nianji would only have more time to prepare for the trial after the procuratorate had filed the case, the court had accepted the procuratorate complaint, and the court had set a date for the trial. Moreover, Gu Nianji smiled. The opposing lawyer probably had no idea what her goal was. They could only refute the evidence she presented. Whether it would be effective or not, they would have to wait and see. Seeing that Gu Nianji had made up her mind, Attorney General Lin looked at He Zhichu inquiringly. "Young Master He, what do you think?" "In my opinion, we can accept and file this case, but if we really go to court, we won't have much chance of winning." It wasn't that it wouldn't be big, but it would be very small. Gu Nianji was fully aware of this, so she immediately said, "Attorney General Lin, I won't cause you any trouble. I can be your trial lawyer, completely free of charge." This was because murder cases could only be prosecuted by the prosecutor's office. However, the prosecutor's office could hire an outside lawyer to help them defend in court. There was no problem then. Prosecutor Lin told him the truth. "Due to the urgency of your case, I'm afraid we don't have someone here who can familiarize themselves with the case and your file in 2 or 3 days. In this case, he would be in a very passive position during the court debate. You don't want the evidence you've painstakingly collected to be refuted by the defense lawyer, do you?" "Of course not. That's why I want to be your external defense lawyer and personally face the other party's questioning." Gu Nianji said without hesitation, "I hope Attorney General Lin will give me this opportunity." Prosecutor Lin looked at Gu Nianji and asked hesitantly, "Forgive me for asking, but how old are you?" "Gu Nianji, I don't mean anything else. I just think you're quite young and don't have much experience in court." Gu Nianji's court experience was all in the other world. On this side, she had only fought against Qin Yaoguang when she had been kidnapped by her when she was young. Although that lawsuit was exciting, it wasn't as difficult as this one. Also, there was sufficient evidence, and Gu Nianji was the victim. Therefore, although she had won, the industry insiders didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, she had only won one lawsuit. If Gu Nianji personally went to court and acted as the prosecutor's lawyer, then she wouldn't have to face the same powerful team of lawyers as in the previous lawsuit. Attorney General Lin didn't know if Gu Nianji was mentally prepared. Seeing this, He Zhichu took the initiative to say, "Don't worry, Attorney General Lin. I'll vouch for Nianji. If she loses the case, I won't blame Attorney General Lin." Attorney General Lin smiled. "Winning or losing the case is actually not as important to us as it is to your client. I hope you're fully prepared." At this point, Gu Nianji knew that there was no problem filing the case. Next, she helped Attorney General Lin rewrite the materials, put them into the Procurator's official document system, and sent them to the court. Now that they could all send them electronically, it was much more convenient and faster than before. The court accepted the complaint filed by the Procuratorate and received a call from Attorney General Lin, as well as He Zhichu's guarantee. Therefore, the next morning, the court notified the Procuratorate, Gu Nianji, and He Zhichu that they had accepted the complaint and began to schedule a trial date. Gu Nianji wanted to catch the other party off guard and requested that the trial date be as soon as possible. He Zhichu contacted the court system again and confirmed that the trial date was 3 days later. The court summons was sent to Old Master Qin of the Qin family. He looked at the letter sent by his subordinate and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "Old Master Qin, this is the court summons for the He family to accuse Miss Qin Yaoguang of murdering Qin Suwen." Old Master Qin's subordinate didn't dare look up at him. "The trial date is in 3 days. Nonsense!" Old Master Qin roared. "They dared to falsely accuse my daughter. When did my daughter harm Qin Suwen? Her sudden death was obviously Gu Xiangwen's fault. What about General He? Does General He know?" "We're not sure about that. But I heard that General He is still recuperating after the surgery and hasn't woken up yet." "No wonder." Old Master Qin snorted. "Get me a team of lawyers and coordinate with the court to postpone the trial. Let's see what General He has to say when he wakes up." "Okay." His subordinate nodded. "How long do you want to postpone it?" "How long can it be postponed at most?" "A murder case involving human life can be postponed for up to 6 months, but this case has already been going on for a long time. The court won't agree to postpone it for that long. Usually, it's a month." Old Master Qin's subordinate was in charge of legal affairs and knew these basic knowledge very well. "Then postpone it for a month first." Old Master Qin snorted coldly. "Then form a team of lawyers as soon as possible and follow me to the detention center to see Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang already had a kidnapping case on her. If there was another murder case, she wouldn't be able to come out alive." Old Master Qin's pupils constricted suddenly. Also, why did the other party suddenly want to accuse Qin Yaoguang of murdering Qin Suwen? There was no such possibility. Qin Suwen's death could be said to have nothing to do with Qin Yaoguang. Old Master Qin didn't have to worry, but when he thought of another matter, his face turned gloomy. He couldn't let the other party catch any flaws. Qin Yaoguang had nothing to do with Qin Suwen's death, but the other party's complaint was related to the He family. Old Master Qin didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. This is today's second update, Chapter 1865, Presumption of Guilt, 7. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS, remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of Buckle Bookstore, come and like the Cheetian reading app. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1877. 2 days later, the Qin family's legal team successfully postponed the trial for a month. Old Master Qin brought the chief lawyer of the legal team to visit Qin Yaoguang in the detention center. In the detention center, Qin Yaoguang could only read the newspapers and books designated by the detention center. She could also watch television at a fixed time, usually at 7:00 in the evening, and watch the news program on Huaxia Central TV for half an hour. She couldn't surf the internet or watch other channels, let alone watch TV dramas or movies. People who were imprisoned for crimes didn't deserve to enjoy the entertainment of ordinary people. Otherwise, what was the point of locking them up? Would they still be able to punish crimes and deter those who might commit them? But Qin Yaoguang couldn't stand this the most. Seeing that Old Master Qin had arrived, Qin Yaoguang complained, "Dad, when can I apply for bail? I heard that even if I'm convicted, I can be released on parole after serving a few years." The chief lawyer brought by Old Master Qin quickly said with a smile, "Madam Qin, parole is not impossible, but generally speaking, parole can only be granted after a person has made an important contribution in prison. Don't worry, we're coordinating with the relevant authorities, and the United States has also expressed great indignation about your situation." "Oh. The United States also knows about my situation." Qin Yaoguang pretended to be surprised, as if she knew nothing about the situation. "What did they say?" "They condemned the human rights situation in Huaxia, and especially pointed out your situation clearly. They said that Huaxia disregarded the basic human rights of the famous female scientist, Qin Yaoguang, and that the judiciary was seriously corrupt. A high-ranking general abused his power for personal gain for the sake of a woman. He listened to the slander of a villain and brazenly sent you to prison without a formal trial. The United States Congress almost unanimously passed a bill condemning the human rights of the Huaxia Empire's government. They also declared that if you were not released unconditionally, they would start a trade war and impose high tariffs on all products exported from the Huaxia Empire to the United States." Qin Yaoguang's eyes lit up. She thought to herself that Lorraine was really impressive. She could actually get the United States Congress to help. She asked, "How did the Huaxia Empire respond? Did they say when they would pick me up?" When Old Master Qin came to visit a while ago, he had vaguely mentioned Lorraine's conditions to her. He hinted that as long as Qin Yaoguang handed over Gu Nianji's infant DNA sample, Lorraine would agree to get her out. Qin Yaoguang agreed and told Old Master Qin where she had hidden Gu Nianji's DNA sample as a baby. Qin Yaoguang was very confident that as long as she gave the item away, Lorraine, that guy who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit, would definitely treat it as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. He would do whatever it took to get her out. Now, the reaction of the United States was just as she had expected. Qin Yaoguang raised her eyebrows and quickly glanced at Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin's eyes were gloomy. He tapped his fingers on the table and coughed. "Yaoguang, there's another case for you to appear in court." "Another case?" Qin Yaoguang was truly shocked. "What other case? I've already helped you once." She was talking about the case of He Ji's first use of a sound weapon. In the end, she took the blame for the case. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that she was not the mastermind. At that time, she was locked up in the detention center and had no time or opportunity to plan such an operation. Old Master Qin glared at her and said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that. If you hadn't gone overboard with Nianji, she wouldn't have held on to us. Do you know what she's going to do this time? It's her again." Qin Yaoguang was flabbergasted. "Does she really not take me seriously? I'm her biological mother." "You still say she's her biological mother? She won't acknowledge you." Old Master Qin narrowed his eyes. "She even restored your appearance." Qin Yaoguang recalled the time in court when she felt like she had been skinned. She was filled with resentment and anger. She hated Gu Nianji to the core. The corners of her mouth twitched. She slammed the table and said, "She won't acknowledge it. If she has the guts, she'll do a paternity test in public. As long as she does a paternity test in public and proves that I'm not her biological mother, I'll submit to her." Qin Yaoguang stiffened her neck and gritted her teeth. Even the court won't acknowledge it based on looks alone. Only a paternity test would be recognized by the court. She was certain that Gu Nianji wouldn't dare to publicly verify her DNA. They were well aware of the consequences of doing so. It was much more serious than proving that Qin Yaoguang was not her biological mother. Qin Yaoguang was also relying on this point to insist that Gu Nianji was her biological daughter. That was because she was indeed born to her. There was no doubt about that. There was still a scar on her stomach from the C-section. Would Gu Nianji dare to deny it? So what if her appearance was different? No one could guarantee that their child would look exactly like them. This was determined by DNA. If you have the guts to verify DNA, Old Master Qin breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Don't be too agitated. It's also because you've always treated Nianji badly that she's resentful. Actually, how can a biological mother and daughter have an overnight feud? As long as you let go of your temper and treat her well, she'll naturally change her mind. Qin Yaoguang's heart was filled with disgust, but the situation was beyond her control. Now wasn't the time for her to make the decision. She nodded reluctantly. Okay, I'll remember. But there's another case you mentioned. What is it? Old Master Qin asked the chief lawyer he had brought to tell Qin Yaoguang. It's like this. The He family is accusing you of murdering the He family's mistress, Qin Suan, more than a decade ago. According to the information we received, this complaint was written by Gu Nianji, and she will also be the prosecution's lawyer in court. Qin Yaoguang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What did you say? Gu Nianji is suing me for murdering Qin Suan. How shameless is she? She's going to sue her own mother for murder for a woman who has nothing to do with her. The chief lawyer awkwardly raised his glasses on the bridge of his nose and corrected her in a low voice. It's not Gu Nianji who's suing you, it's the He family who's suing you. Gu Nianji has nothing to do with the He family, so she can't sue you for this case. However, she was the one who drafted the complaint, and I'll go against her in court in the future. Qin Yaoguang felt like the anger in her heart was about to burst through the roof, and her face flushed red. I know she was the one behind this. Otherwise, the He family wouldn't have sued us earlier or later, but now. Do they think we're idiots? This can only be suspected. After all, it's impossible to say that it was Gu Nianji's idea. The chief lawyer coughed lightly to remind Qin Yaoguang to be careful with her words. There were some things that could only be done, not said. For example, they all knew that Gu Nianji definitely had something to do with this case, but on the surface, Gu Nianji really had nothing to do with this case. If she had been engaged to He Zhichu in the past, she could still reluctantly say that she was trying to seek justice for her deceased mother-in-law. Now that she had broken off her engagement with He Zhichu, in everyone's eyes, Qin Suan had nothing to do with her. What good would it do her to do this? Was she really going to kill Qin Yaoguang? Why can't I say it? Qin Yaoguang glared at the chief lawyer. Even if it's not for the He family, she's doing it for her dead father. We've thought of that. The chief lawyer laughed. We'll also work in this direction. Qin Yaoguang grunted and calmed down. That's right. She's definitely going to reverse the verdict for her dead father, so she's going to blame me. I can guarantee with all my academic reputation that Qin Suan's death has nothing to do with me at all. We're here today to confirm this question, the chief lawyer quickly said. The chief lawyer quickly said, do you still remember where you were and what you were doing on the day lawyer Qin Suan passed away more than a decade ago? Qin Yaoguang immediately replied, of course I remember. I'll never forget what happened that day for the rest of my life. The chief lawyer, He thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Can I ask why?" Qin Yaoguang tilted her head and smiled. Her lips curled up. "No. Does this have anything to do with this case?" "Yes. Because if you go to court and you still remember what happened that day, the prosecution's lawyer will definitely ask you why." "Can't I have a good memory?" Qin Yaoguang asked in return. "I've been a straight-A student since I was young. I have a photographic memory." "What's so strange about remembering what happened more than a decade ago?" The chief lawyer was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's true. But the other party will definitely find another point in time and ask you about what happened at another point in time. Can you guarantee that you remember everything that happened every day in the past decade?" "Of course not." Qin Yaoguang frowned. "I'm not a computer. How can I remember everything that happened every day for more than a decade? I must remember the key points." "Yes, that's the suspicious point. Why is the day Qin Suwen died a key point for you?" The chief lawyer's level was obviously much higher than the lawyers Qin Yaoguang had seen before. His questions were very sharp, and all of them hit the nail on the head. Qin Yaoguang narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, "Where's she?" "I have another case." "Why didn't she come?" Old Master Qin coughed. "She went to America. Mr. Lorraine invited her to the Lorraine Group to be a senior executive." "Did you forget?" Qin Yaoguang said, "I didn't forget, but even a senior executive in the Lorraine Group in America has vacation time, right? She can't even leave for a week. Can't she come back to help?" Old Master Qin had no choice but to spread his hands. "I can't do anything about that. She stopped contacting us after she went to America. Lorraine said that she was in their laboratory." At this point, Qin Yaoguang was well aware, so she stopped asking about Wen Shi's whereabouts. She turned to the chief lawyer and said, "I can answer the question you asked just now." The chief lawyer quickly turned on the recording pen. Qin Yaoguang stroked her hair and sighed. "I remember it very clearly because that day, the person I love was devastated because the person he loved had passed away. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1866, Presumption of Guilt, 8. Please give me your monthly votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. Today is the third update. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the second update will be given to the president of Hundreds of Millions Chasing You. There will be the third update at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Congratulations to 2674282 for becoming the 31st president of Hello Major General. I owe a total of 8 rewards and president updates. It seems that I really have to set up a president group. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1878. The chief lawyer of the Qin family's legal team was silent for a while before he understood the meaning behind Qin Yaoguang's words. She said that the person she loved must be General He Qingjian. And the person He Qingjian loved was his wife, Qin Suwen. Those who were familiar with the Qin family knew about the complicated love history between the three of them. Qin Yaoguang said bluntly, "When I came to the imperial capital to attend university at the age of 16, I fell in love with He Qingjian at first sight. I got engaged to him when I was 18. Unfortunately, we had just gotten engaged not long ago. He Qingjian mistook Qin Suwen's back for me, so he got to know Qin Suwen. Then..." She shrugged. "He Qingjian insisted on breaking off the engagement with me and getting engaged to Qin Suwen. They got married very quickly and soon gave birth to He Zhichu." Qin Yaoguang took a deep breath. Unfortunately, this child had a congenital genetic defect and wouldn't have lived past the age of 16. I saw that he was He Qingjian's only son. Without him, He Qingjian would be in so much pain that he wouldn't want to live, so I came up with a treatment method." Her eyes drooped, and the corners of her lips curled into a mocking smile. "I had a daughter, Gu Nianji. I used her genes to edit them and then injected them into He Jichu's genes to cure his genetic deficiency. The chief lawyer gasped and said, if that's the case, why did they accuse you of murdering Qin Suwen? You should be their savior. That's a long story, Qin Yaoguang said tactfully. My relationship with my daughter is very tense. She loves her father very much, but unfortunately, her father has a problem here. Qin Yaoguang pointed at her head. He's very strong in scientific research, but he doesn't have any moral values. Everything is based on scientific research. He even used his daughter, as an experiment, Yaoguang. Old Master Qin stopped her sternly. Gu Xiangwen has already passed away. Don't talk about these things anymore. It's not good for Nianji. Qin Yaoguang covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the chief lawyer apologetically. I'm sorry, can you remove what I just said? Is that what I said about her father using her as an experiment? The chief lawyer was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He really used his own daughter as an experiment. We didn't expect Gu Xiangwen to be worse than we thought. So what if he's a two-time Nobel Prize winner? Using humans as lab rats for experiments without any morals should be banned. Qin Yaoguang's expression was unnatural for a moment, but she quickly adjusted it and said with a smile, although I don't agree with his actions, I can understand. After all, when you climb to the peak of biomedicine, you would be like a god who looked down on all the other mountains. For God, it transcends worldly morality. Unfortunately, he's not a god. No matter how smart and capable he is, he's still a human. The chief lawyer was very stubborn about this point. The experiments of scientists must be strictly restrained by the law. They cannot do whatever they want. Qin Yaoguang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but say, using the law to restrain science. With all due respect, this will only hinder the development of science and even become a sinner of mankind. Sinner. I'm saving scientists who don't know where the edge is. The lead lawyer was suddenly filled with sympathy for Gu Nianji, but he couldn't figure it out. Since Gu Nianji was used as an experiment by her father, she must hate him very much, right? Why is she trying to reverse her father's verdict? He glanced at Qin Yaoguang. She's even pushing the blame on you. In the eyes of the lead lawyer, Qin Yaoguang was her mother, and Gu Xiangwen was her father. Based on Gu Nianji's experience, she should have distanced herself from Gu Xiangwen and gotten close to Qin Yaoguang. Why was Gu Nianji acting the opposite? Qin Yaoguang smiled without changing her expression and said, this is Gu Xiangwen's cunning. 8 years ago, he took Nianji away from me and sent her to an unknown place abroad to hide. Before he died, he probably said a lot of bad things about me and pushed a lot of the blame on me for what he did. That's why Nianji misunderstood me. But 8 years ago, Gu Nianji was 12 years old, right? She already remembers and has the ability to distinguish right from wrong. She wouldn't push the blame on you for what others did, right? The lead lawyer pondered. Is there something else I don't know about? Cold sweat broke out on Qin Yaoguang's back. She tried her best to calm down and said, there is indeed something, but I don't know if it's important. What is it? 8 years later, Nianji came back, but I found out that she had lost her memory. She didn't remember anything from before she was 12 years old. Qin Yaoguang sighed pretentiously and shook her head. Gu Xiangwen's father, Gu Haoze, is a world-famous psychologist. He's very good at hypnosis. Gu Xiangwen learned a very exquisite hypnosis technique from his father, Qin Yaoguang said word by word. Qin Yaoguang enunciated each word clearly. I have reason to believe that Gu Xiangwen took Nianji from me 8 years ago and hypnotized her to forget her memories from before she was 12 years old. Then, he twisted the truth and pushed what he did onto me. The lead lawyer suddenly understood. So that's how it is. That makes sense. However, he changed the topic. But Gu Xiangwen is already dead. Now there's no proof. We can't find out what Gu Xiangwen did to Gu Nianji 8 years ago and what he said. So what you said today can only be used as circumstantial evidence and not as factual evidence. Up to you. Qin Yaoguang spread her hands. I'm just telling you all these things. As for how to use it, it's up to you. You're the lawyer that my father personally hired. You're not one of those fake Mr. Nangua, are you? Although she was complimenting the lead lawyer, it was very unpleasant to say it out loud. The corners of the lead lawyer's mouth twitched. He smiled faintly and said, whether it's a fake Mr. Nangua or not, it's not up to me to say it. It's up to my client to say it. After all, even if it's really Mr. Nangua, he won't admit that he's a fake, right? Qin Yaoguang suddenly felt awkward and said at a loss, did I say something wrong again? Old Master Qin saw this and said with a laugh, it's fine, it's fine. Yaoguang is a straightforward person. All these years, she only knows how to study and study medicine. She's not very good at social interaction. You don't mind, do you? Haha, of course not. The lead lawyer laughed dryly. You're my clients. Making my clients happy and satisfied is what I should do. Old Master Qin nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I knew I didn't invite the wrong person. After asking a few more questions, the lead lawyer took his leave and went to prepare the materials for the trial. Old Master Qin stayed and looked at Qin Yaoguang for a while. He said, do you know why Lorraine kept Wen Shui? Didn't Wen Shui fail? He was saying that Wen Shui was a failed gene editing product. Qin Yaoguang nodded. She did fail. I don't know why they're so interested in her. But Qin Yaoguang paused and said, it's more beneficial for us that they're interested in her. Shui has more feelings for me. She must be very valued by Lorraine now. I hope she can help us speak up. I think she's already speaking up for you. Old Master Qin smiled and said meaningfully, otherwise, why would the United States make such a big fuss? Look, our country's cabinet and parliament have been meeting for the past few days to discuss how to deal with the United States white paper on human rights and the issue of a trade war. From top to bottom, it's a mess. The corners of Qin Yaoguang's lips curled up high, and she smiled mockingly. All right then, let them sue. I have a clear conscience towards Qin Suwen. Although she stole my fiancé and stole my fiancé, I didn't do anything to her. Because I know very well that this isn't her problem, but a man's problem. Later, she died. When Lord He married me in the future, he was also sincere. I was the one who saw the moon when the clouds parted. Gu Nianji wanted to falsely accuse me, so I wanted her to go for wool and come home shorn. This is today's second watch, Chapter 1867, Presumption of Guilt, 9. It's sent to the president of hundreds of millions of fans chasing you. Please give me your monthly votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. There will be a third watch at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1879. Old Master Qin didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he rubbed his temples and asked tentatively, actually, your mother and daughter. You don't have to be at loggerheads because of someone else's lies, right? How about I help you contact Nianji and see if you two can reconcile? Reconcile? Settle out of court. A murder case can be settled out of court. Qin Yaoguang retorted in surprise. She didn't seem to know anything about the law. Old Master Qin chuckled and said, it's not an out-of-court settlement for the murder case, but a settlement between you and Nianji. You mean, as long as Gu Nianji forgives me, she won't insist on suing me for murder? Then can we withdraw the lawsuit? Qin Yaoguang thought for a while and couldn't help but ask. Since it was a family matter, it was better to settle it at home. Old Master Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The murder case was filed by the prosecutor's office. It's not up to the He family or Nyenji to withdraw the case. Actually, there was something else that he didn't say. If murder cases could be dismissed just like that, it would be like child's play, and the credibility of the law would not exist. Qin Yaoguang frowned slightly, as if she wasn't very satisfied with this explanation. She muttered. She did it so ruthlessly. Then what's the point of reconciling with her? Old Master Qin glared at her and said, "You still have the face to say that. When Nyenji first came back, I advised you not to be too ruthless. Nyenji is just a little girl. If you don't treat her like a person, she won't treat you like her real mother. Feelings are born from relationships. She doesn't have to be filial to you just because you gave birth to her. But look at yourself, what have you done? I had a bunch of good cards in my hand, but now I've lost them all." Qin Yaoguang's expression turned cold as she said, "If we don't reconcile, then we won't reconcile." Did she think that she could bully others just because she was from the He family? The U.S. Congress won't let this slide, will they? I'll make a phone call and ask the chief lawyer. As Old Master Qin spoke, he took out his phone and pressed the speakerphone button. He said to the lead lawyer on the other side, "What did the Americans say about this case? Would it put more pressure on this side? After all, our Yaoguang was framed." Of course, of course." The chief lawyer on the other side of the phone hurriedly said with a smile, "This trial will be monitored by international human rights organizations, and it will be conducted publicly to the whole world." Grandpa Qin's pupils constricted imperceptibly. An open trial in front of the whole world. Qin Yaoguang was also in disbelief, but she was even happier. No way. Does she want to lose face in front of the whole world? Do you know that she helped an outsider sue her own mother? She did not do anything to Qin Suwen. Qin Suwen either died prematurely or was killed by Gu Xiangwen. What did it have to do with her? She didn't believe that Gu Nianji could distort the truth in front of the whole world. In order to clear her name, Gu Nianji could only do a paternity test in front of the whole world to verify her DNA. That would be even more fun to watch. A strange smile appeared on Qin Yaoguang's face. She liked to see Gu Nianji hate her so much, but she couldn't help but admit that she was her biological mother. The chief lawyer saw that Qin Yaoguang was extremely certain that the murder had nothing to do with her, and that Gu Nianji was purely venting her anger and using her official position to take revenge. Only then did he feel relieved. He held the phone and repeatedly reminded her, "Miss Qin, remember, you must tell me everything related, no matter how big or small, so that we can be fully prepared. Otherwise, if we go to court and are questioned by the other party, we won't be able to explain ourselves reasonably. We'll be in a very passive position. Don't worry about that. I won't deny what I've done. But don't even think about pinning the blame on me for something I haven't done." Qin Yaoguang said resolutely, not backing down at all. The chief lawyer breathed a sigh of relief and asked a few more questions before putting down the phone. He ordered his driver to drive back to the law firm quickly. He had to organize the materials he had gathered. A month later, the trial was about to begin. Gu Nianji finished preparing for the last trial and stretched in her study. She planned to have a good rest today and rest well before going to court tomorrow. She looked at the white sky outside the window and rubbed her face. She wanted to take a bath and then go to sleep. For the past month, she had worked until dawn almost every day, then slept for 3 hours in the morning before continuing to work. She had lost so much weight. Her face was even smaller, and her chin was sharp. She almost had an oval face, which made her bright eyes look even bigger. They were like lacquer, and there was a hint of light in the darkness. When she looked at people, she was unusually focused, giving people the illusion that she was the only one. Lu Yuan knocked on the door of her study, pushed the door open, and said, "Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat before going to bed." These days, He and Lu Jin also felt sorry for Gu Nianji, but they couldn't convince her. They could only try their best to make some nutritious food and force her to eat it to nourish her body. Gu Nianji stood up with a smile and said cheerfully, "CEO Lu, what delicious food are you cooking today?" She gave him a thumbs up. "I'm really impressed. The delicious food is different in a month. With your skills and thoughts, you really should open a restaurant. You'll definitely be famous all over the world and make a lot of money. Little bootlicker." Lu Yuan smiled and pointed at her. "Don't argue with me. Hurry up and go eat. Today, there's fried dumplings with crab filling, purple potato porridge, and milk, oatmeal, and dragon fruit soup. They're all your favorites." Gu Nianji cheered and ran to the restaurant. Just as she reached the entrance of the restaurant, she suddenly stopped and stared at a figure sitting in the restaurant with wide eyes. He was sitting with his back to the window. The morning light shone from behind him, and his flawless silhouette was the best dream of the morning. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes. She thought she was so tired that she was hallucinating. However, he looked up at her from the halo and smiled at her quietly. That indescribable handsomeness pierced Gu Nianji's heart like an arrow, releasing the longing and desire that had been locked up in the depths of her heart for the past few days. Gu Nianji felt as if her entire body had been emptied, but it was instantly filled up again. Her heart contracted violently. She felt the pain in her chest, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was as if she wanted to use this pain to prove that this wasn't a dream and was real. Gu Nianji shouted, "Major General Hua! You're back!" She pounced on him without hesitation. Hua Xiaoheng only had time to stand up and hug her. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. "Yes, I'm back. I missed you very much." Hua Xiaoheng, who had been away for a month, had finally returned from the Soviet Union. She rubbed her head in his arms and mumbled, "I missed you too. Why did you come back so late?" The last word, "ah," was soft and hoarse. It was as if there was a lingering sound that could linger for 3 days and be soul-stirring. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her even tighter and patted her back. "Eat first, then go to sleep. Seeing that you've lost so much weight, it won't be too late to act coquettishly after you've eaten and slept enough. It's good that you've lost weight," Gu Nianji said with a smile. "How am I acting coquettishly? I'm revealing my true feelings, and I'm about to cry tears of joy. Then you have to stay away from me. Don't rub your tears on me. I just changed my clothes." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Come and eat. I made the fried dumplings. I brought back king crab meat from the Soviet Union." This is today's third update, Chapter 1868, How Did I Act Coquettishly? Please give me your monthly votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. PS, I was writing in the morning when the internet was disconnected again. I don't know what went wrong, so I had to use my phone to post on the internet. The phone signal wasn't good either. It looked like I really had to switch to a mobile network. That's all I wrote for today. I'll try to update more tomorrow. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 1880. King Crab from the Deep Sea of the Soviet Union. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Then I have to try it. Furthermore, it was king crab meat that had been peeled and made into dumpling fillings. It was simply Gu Nianji's favorite. She liked to eat crabs, but she didn't like to remove the shell. Sitting next to Hua Xiaoheng, she happily ate breakfast. The fried dumplings were very small, so Gu Nianji finished half the plate in an instant. She ate another half a bowl of purple potato porridge and scooped up a few spoonfuls of milk, oatmeal, and dragon fruit soup. It was moist and smooth, and the texture was very comfortable. Half of the food on the table was gone, and Gu Nianji was about to rest for a while when her phone rang. Gu Nianji picked it up and looked at it. It was an unknown number. She lowered her eyes and thought for a while, but still picked up the call. She didn't speak, and neither did the person on the other side. Just when Gu Nianji thought someone had called the wrong number, the person on the other end finally said, "Excuse me, is this lawyer Gu Nianji's number?" "Gu Nianji, that's me. May I know who you are? What's the matter?" Gu Nianji changed to a more comfortable position and leaned back on the chair. "Oh, that's great. I'm the secretary of your grandfather, Mr. Qin. Old Mr. Qin wants to see you. May I know when you will be free?" The person on the other side was very polite, but the words he asked were really indescribable. Gu Nianji smiled faintly. "I'll be very busy these days. I'll probably only be free after the case is over." The other party obviously hadn't expected such an answer from Gu Nianji. After a moment of awkwardness, he mumbled, "I wonder if you're free today. If he's free, our chairman can come to your home to see you." They knew that Gu Nianji would never go to the Qin residence, and they didn't want to go to other public places either. Therefore, they proposed to go to Gu Nianji's house and hand the home court to her. She should agree, right? Gu Nianji still refused. "I don't think that's a good idea. I think you know that I'm fighting a lawsuit against your chairman's biological daughter, Qin Yaoguang. Moreover, I'm going to be the prosecution's lawyer tomorrow and face your Qin family's legal team in court. If I meet you today and something happens tomorrow, I won't be able to appear in court. That would be a huge loss for me." The other side of the phone was actually in a recording state. Gu Nianji's answers were flawless, and they couldn't find any loopholes. Old Master Qin sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa. In the study, soft music flowed out. It was Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 5 in E minor. Old Master Qin had a headset in one ear, so he could hear Gu Nianji talking to his secretary. The secretary held the phone and looked at Old Master Qin for help. Old Master Qin didn't open his eyes. He just opened his palm in the secretary's direction. The secretary understood what he meant. She hurriedly held the phone with both hands and placed it in Old Master Qin's palm. Old Master Qin took the phone and took out the earphones from one ear. He held the phone with the other hand and chuckled. He said kindly, "Nianji, it's me. Why are you so angry? Your mother does have a bad temper, and she was very strict with you when you were young. I've already told her. She deserves to go to jail." Gu Nianji, feeling a little annoyed, Gu Nianji switched to holding the phone with her other hand and said aloofly, "Your daughter's problem isn't a problem with her temper, but a problem with her crime. She won't go to jail just because she has a bad temper." Old Master Qin laughed. "Nianji, you're really the smartest one in the Qin family. It's a pity that your mother personally pushed you out." Gu Nianji also laughed. "Old Master Qin, my surname is Gu, not Qin. She wasn't a member of the Qin family." Old Master Qin's eyes flashed, and he finally got to the point. "Nianji, I'm very sorry about your father. I also think that Qin Suwen's death might have nothing to do with him, but he absconded to escape punishment and died in a car accident. This matter has become a mess." Gu Nianji's smile disappeared, and she said aloofly, "Please forgive me for not being able to discuss matters related to the case with you. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first." She didn't wait for Old Master Qin to speak and hung up the phone. She also blocked the number. Hua Xiaoheng sat silently next to her. After she hung up the phone, he said, "Was it Qin Beoi?" Gu Nianji nodded. "This old man still wants to fool me. He keeps saying that Qin Yaoguang is my mother. Doesn't he know if Qin Yaoguang is my mother or not? He's so sure that you won't dare to do a paternity test in public." Hua Xiaoheng played with a round golden coin in his hand. Under the bright morning light, his solemn face had a kind of beauty that was different from the secular world. Because you don't dare let other agencies get your DNA data. Gu Nianji sneered. Even if I don't do a paternity test, I can still skin Qin Yaoguang. Not long after Old Master Qin hung up, Gu Nianji's phone rang again. She was a little impatient and wanted to turn off her phone, but from the corner of her eye, she glanced at the number that appeared on her phone. It was actually the He family's number. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help swiping to answer the call. The voice on the other end was one she was familiar with. It was one of He Qingjin's personal secretaries, Old Zhou. Miss Gu. I'm Old Zhou. Is it convenient for you to answer the phone? Old Zhou asked with a smile. When Gu Nianji was in the He family, Old Zhou had been especially good to her. Although she avoided He Qingjin, she still had some feelings for Old Zhou. Old Zhou. It's convenient for me. You're up to work so early. Gu Nianji's voice relaxed. Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Lu Jin looked at each other but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji was the only one speaking in the dining room. She heard Old Zhou say, Nianji, it's like this. Our chief just got out of the hospital today. He wants to see you. The chief that Old Zhou was talking about was definitely He Qingjin, not He Zhichu. Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment and said, Does young master He know about this? Old Zhou glanced at the tall figure standing opposite him with his arms crossed and looking out the window. He smiled and said, Young master He knows. He's standing right across from me. Old Zhou paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Actually, I asked young master He first if I could call you. Young master He said that as long as you agree, he won't object. Gu Nianji's heart warmed slightly. She remembered that this case was related to Qin Suwen, so it would be strange if He Qingjin didn't ask about it. She was about to say yes when Old Zhou said anxiously, If you don't want to come over, the chief said that he can go over to see you. No, no, no. Let me come over. How can I trouble the chief? Gu Nianji quickly objected. Sweat seeped out of her forehead. Compared to Old Master Qin, she didn't dare to let He Qingjin come to her house. Seeing that she had agreed, Old Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, then I'll ask young master He to pick you up. Okay, okay. Gu Nianji quickly stood up. I just finished breakfast. I'll go pack up and then I can leave. Okay, young master He will be here soon, Old Zhou said and made an okay gesture to He Zhichu. He Zhichu was a little surprised. She agreed. Yes, she agreed. Miss Gu is actually very easy to talk to. I don't understand why you always think she's unreasonable, Old Zhou said with a smile. He Zhichu's expression remained the same. He smiled slightly, and his sparkling almond-shaped eyes sparkled. She's been very obedient since she was young. Old Zhou picked up his briefcase. I'll go to the chief's room and report my work first. When Miss Gu comes later, young master He, you can bring her directly to the suite where the chief is recuperating. He Zhichu nodded. Old Zhou, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all, Old Zhou said, but he yawned. He Zhichu pretended not to see it and went out with his car keys. It was still very early, not even 7 o'clock. There weren't many cars on the streets of the imperial capital. He Zhichu only took 10 minutes to drive to the apartment complex where Gu Nianji lived. He waited quietly by the street. 15 minutes later, Gu Nianji walked out of the apartment complex with a small bag. She looked up and saw He Zhichu's car. She ran over with a smile and bent down. Young master He, you're up so early too. He Zhichu glanced at Gu Nianji and saw that she seemed to have put on makeup. She had a light layer of foundation on her face to cover up the dark circles under her eyes. He Zhichu paused. How many nights have you stayed up? Gu Nianji, grinning, he touched his face. Is it that obvious? Didn't you look in the mirror? He Ji-chu pulled down the mirror in the car and looked at her. Look for yourself. Gu Nianji had indeed not looked in the mirror for a few days. However, she took a closer look at herself today and touched her face happily. I've lost weight. I look good on camera. He Ji-chu, he was angry and amused at the same time. He flicked his finger on Gu Nianji's forehead. What are you talking about? You only want to look good on camera. Of course. Gu Nianji deliberately said angrily, don't you know? Ats and pounds. The camera makes you look like you've put on 10 pounds. He Ji-chu looked at her deeply and said in a low voice, I know you don't want us to worry. Gu Nianji brushed her hair awkwardly and fastened her seatbelt. She said playfully, actually, I just want you to worry, but I don't want you to say it out loud, so I can only hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Am I very bad? He Ji-chu laughed it off, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove away. He took Gu Nianji back to the He residence. As soon as they got out of the car, his phone rang. He took it out to look and saw that it was Xie Qingying, so he didn't pick it up. Gu Nianji asked curiously, who's calling? It's so early. He Ji-chu didn't hide it from her. It's your cousin Xie. Gu Nianji replied with an oh, and didn't ask further. The two of them came out of the garage and walked along the cobblestone path to the mansion. Xie Qingying carried her suitcase and stood at the entrance of the He residence. She watched He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji walk over from the parking lot. She had gone abroad a month ago to calm herself down. When she finally came back after thinking it through, the first thing she saw was Gu Nianji and He Ji-chu together. Xie Qingying was trembling with anger when He Ji-chu didn't pick up her call just now. He Ji-chu happened to look up and see Xie Qingying standing beside the carved iron door with her suitcase beside her. He Ji-chu stopped in his tracks, and Gu Nianji followed his gaze. It's cousin Xie. Gu Nianji smiled and waved at her, then said, young master He, you go accompany cousin Xie. I'll go see General He alone. She didn't allow He Ji-chu to refuse and quickly walked to the steps of the mansion. He Ji-chu sighed and walked towards the door. He opened the iron door and said aloofly, you're back. Xie Qingying was furious when she saw He Ji-chu's casual tone, as if nothing had happened. He Ji-chu. Aren't you going to explain what happened just now? Xie Qingying never knew that she could be angry at the Prince Charming that she missed so much, but she couldn't help it. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1869, flipping off at the Prince Charming. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third update today. The second update was at 1:00 in the afternoon. It was the second update of 100,000 Chidian coins to hundreds of millions chasing you. The third update would be at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1881. He Ji-chu was expressionless as he replied dryly, what do you want me to explain? Don't I have the right to interact with other women normally? As expected of a famous lawyer. He Ji-chu's words almost made Xie Qingying cry. She tried her best to hold back her tears and pointed in the direction where Gu Nianji had disappeared. She growled, is Gu Nianji an ordinary woman? She used to be your fiancée. You said it yourself, she used to be my fiancée. He Ji-chu rubbed his forehead. The past is the past. It's all in the past. Why do you have to be so hostile the moment you see me with her? What do you mean? At the end of the day, it's still my fault. Xie Qingying was speechless. She didn't know how He Ji-chu had gotten himself into this mess. She looked up at He Ji-chu's cold face and felt very uncomfortable. It's good that you realize your mistake. He Ji-chu turned to walk into the house, his voice cold. If you do this again, it will only remind me that Gu Nianji used to be my fiancé and deepen my memory. Xie Qingying stood there, dumbfounded. She realized that she was no match for He Zhichu at all. He didn't even need to argue with her. With just a few words, she had thrown away her armor and even felt a strong sense of guilt. She really shouldn't feel jealous and uneasy every time she saw He Zhichu and Gu Nianji together. However, even though she understood the logic, it was too difficult to put it into practice. She stood in front of the iron gate at the entrance of the He family's courtyard, tears streaming down her face. The grievance in his heart was like a flash flood that could not be suppressed. He Zhichu walked for a while and turned around to see Xie Qingying. He realized that she was actually crying. She stood under the camphor tree in front of the door, crying her heart out. He Zhichu was a little dazed. He seemed to recall that once in the other world, Gu Nianji had gotten into a fight with someone. He was angry at Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji refused to compromise. She fought him head-on and ran away from his house with a red and swollen face. That lass had always had such a bad temper, and she had a sharp tongue. She had never lost to him in a verbal argument. Xie Qingying had never cried in front of He Zhichu. This was the first time. And for the last time, she thought. If He Zhichu continued to ignore her, she would come back to him in a few days. However, before she could pick up her suitcase, He Zhichu had already returned. He took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it over. Xie Qingying took it and wiped her tears, feeling extremely embarrassed. He Zhichu helped her carry her suitcase and held her hand with one hand. He said dryly, "I see Nianji as a younger sister. You will be her sister-in-law in the future. Don't be so calculative. You're not that kind of person." When Xie Qingying heard this, she was overjoyed. Just now, she was so angry that she almost said the word break up. But in the blink of an eye, He Zhichu had already promised her that she could be Gu Nianji's sister-in-law. Was this a proposal? Xie Qingying's brain seemed to be covered in a layer of paste, and she couldn't think at all. Gu Nianji had already been brought to the suite by He Qingjian's personal secretary, old Zhou. Thankfully, He Qingjian wasn't lying on the bed. Instead, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the suite. Gu Nianji glanced at him and saw that he looked good. She couldn't help but praise him. "General He, you're recovering well, aren't you? I told you, there are plenty of good doctors. There's no need to always beg the Qin family. Without Qin Yaoguang, would everyone just have to wait for death when they get sick? How shameless." The corners of He Qingjian's mouth twitched. Only then did he realize that Gu Nianji's personality was completely different from Qin Yaoguang's. "Nianji, I heard you recommended that doctor." He Qingjian reached out his hand to her. "Come, sit. Uncle He owes you a favor." Gu Nianji blinked. Why was He Qingjian's attitude so good? It was terrifying. She slowly moved over and carefully sat down opposite He Qingjian. "General He, are you all right?" In her memory, He Qingjian had never been so kind to her before. He Qingjian's health had improved, and his mood and temper had also improved. In addition, He Zhichu and Xie Qingying were progressing smoothly. He had even heard He Zhichu talking to old Zhou about the engagement yesterday, so he was even happier. He no longer had his previous prejudices against Gu Nianji. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He couldn't help saying, "Nianji, Achu treats you like a sister, and I also treat you like a junior. Don't be shy." Gu Nianji smiled and waved her hand. "Don't be so polite. You're scaring me. I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" "No." He Qingjian smiled. "Of course not. I was in the wrong for what happened in the past. I apologize to you." Gu Nianji sat up straighter. "General He, you're being too polite. It's all in the past. Now, her heart was pounding, but she still said it, we need to work together now to uncover the truth about Qin Suan's sudden death. He Qingjian's eyes dimmed in an instant. His energy seemed to have been taken away by the name. He stood up with the help of the chair and walked to the fireplace opposite him. He picked up the family photo from the fireplace shelf and looked at it carefully. You think that my wife's death had nothing to do with your father, but it had something to do with your mother. Gu Nianji felt very uncomfortable when she heard the word mother. She quickly said, it has something to do with your ex-wife. Ex-wife, not my mother. He Qingjian's expression darkened. He turned to look at Gu Nianji and snorted. That's just a title. I'm with her in name, not in reality. Gu Nianji had always thought that she was quite thick-skinned, but she couldn't help blushing at this moment. Well, the marriage relationship is governed by the marriage law. You married her, so regardless of whether it's in name or not, she's your ex-wife in the legal sense. He Qingjian saw that Gu Nianji was quoting the legal provisions at every turn and shook his head. You don't understand. Gu Nianji thought to herself, I don't want to understand. He Qingjian put down the family photo, turned around, and walked back to the sofa to sit down. He said, I've seen your complaint and consulted people in the legal profession. They all said that your argument is rather far-fetched, and the chain of evidence is not complete enough. You don't have a good chance of winning. Why did you file this lawsuit? Gu Nianji didn't answer the question directly. Instead, she said, General He, do you want to know the truth about your wife's sudden death? Of course I do. He Qingjian said without hesitation, I've kept my wife's body in liquid nitrogen for so many years just to wait for the day the truth comes out. Gu Nianji had already known this fact from He Zhichu, but her eyes still widened in surprise. Really? Then can we see what Qin Suan looks like? In theory, liquid nitrogen freezing the human body was to lower the human body to an extremely low temperature of -196 degrees Celsius, thereby ensuring that the organs and tissues of the human body would not be invaded by microbes and rot to the greatest extent. There was already liquid nitrogen freezing technology on the market now. They all hoped that one day in the future, when those fatal diseases could be cured, they could be resurrected. Gu Nianji couldn't help but wonder if Qin Suan could also be resurrected. However, so far, no human body frozen by liquid nitrogen had been resurrected. Even animals frozen by liquid nitrogen couldn't be resurrected. Therefore, the concept of resurrection was still in the theoretical stage. However, liquid nitrogen could indeed preserve the human body from decay. He Qingjian laughed and his voice was very gentle. We can go and take a look. Suan probably won't be angry. We can let her see that the little girl she had personally raised has returned. Gu Nianji followed He Qingjian out and saw He Zhichu waiting at the door. Dad, where are you going? He Zhichu looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously. Gu Nianji tried her best to remain calm, but there was a hint of joy and yearning in her tone. General, he is taking me to see lawyer Qin Suan. He Zhichu quickly said, I'll go too. He Zhichu hadn't seen Qin Suan ever since she had been frozen by liquid nitrogen. He Qingjian nodded. Let's go together. He Zhichu followed He Qingjian and Gu Nianji downstairs. On the first floor, he saw Xia Qingying directing the servants to decorate the flowers and plants in the living room. He Zhichu said to her, We're going out for a while. Ask the kitchen to prepare lunch. We'll come back for lunch. Xia Qingying nodded and said gently, Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. She even smiled at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji returned her smile and didn't say anything. She followed He Qingjian into the car. They went to the underground medical warehouse where Qin Suan had been frozen. The central air conditioning here controlled the temperature, which was 15 degrees Celsius all year round. Gu Nianji felt cold the moment she entered. The three of them put on white protective clothing, so they weren't so cold. When they arrived at Qin Suwen's room, Gu Nianji saw a cylindrical stainless steel object in the middle of the room. He Qingjian stroked the cylinder and said, "Suwen is inside." Gu Nianji was speechless. This was a sealed stainless steel cylinder. How was she supposed to look at it? He Jichu didn't know how to look at it either. He Qingjian called the manager of the underground medical warehouse over and said, "Can you see the human body in the liquid nitrogen freezer column?" The man nodded. "You can connect it to the computer and observe the situation inside. Can you show it to us?" The man quickly said, "You have to sign the authorization first." He Qingjian had never signed it, so the people here couldn't casually peek inside the liquid nitrogen freezer column. He Qingjian nodded. "Bring it here for me to sign." He felt that the truth of the past was about to be revealed, so he was no longer afraid of others mentioning Qin Suwen. Moreover, he hoped to give Gu Nianji more clues so that she could uncover the truth of the past more smoothly. After the manager finished the procedures, he connected the liquid nitrogen freezer column that belonged to Qin Suwen to the computer. After entering the password, it was connected to the surveillance cameras inside the freezer column. Not long after, a fog appeared on the computer screen. It was blurry, and only a faint figure could be seen. When the manager processed the image and adjusted it to be clear, the figure appeared more clearly in front of them. Gu Nianji let out a low cry and covered her mouth. Because what appeared on the screen was a set of white bones. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1870, I'll take you to see her. The second update of 100,000 Qidian coins to millions of chasing you, Li Yu. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was a third update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1882. He Qingjian's heart seemed to have fallen into a liquid nitrogen freezer, and it dropped from room temperature to absolute zero. His face was ashen as he pointed at the display screen and shouted, "What's going on? Where is she? Didn't you say that the body wouldn't be damaged if it was frozen?" The manager of the underground medical warehouse was also dumbfounded. His hands and feet were no longer nimble. His fingers trembled as he typed on the keyboard for a long time. Finally, he said with a sad face, "We don't know what's going on either, but we have records that after your wife's body was placed in this liquid nitrogen freezer, no one has ever opened it." He was only in charge of managing the medical warehouse, not the medical staff responsible for freezing the body, so he couldn't say much. He Qingjian looked at him coldly and took a deep breath. "Immediately convene a meeting with the medical staff who did the freezing. DNA test. I want to see who's behind this." He Jichu was also filled with indignation. A bloodthirsty gloominess flashed across his cold face. Gu Nianji quietly retreated so that she wouldn't disturb the father and son's search for the reason. She walked out of the cold storage and came to the open space outside. It was already 7:00 in the morning. The hot sun had risen high in the sky, and the temperature had begun to rise rapidly. When Gu Nianji had first come out of the cold storage, she had still felt warm, but now a layer of fine sweat had appeared on her forehead. It was hot, but also like she was shivering. The sparkling white bones kept flashing through her mind. She didn't feel fear, only regret and sorrow. She was destined not to see her mother one last time. Outside the cold storage was a square, surrounded by a circle of sycamore trees. The summer was scorching, and the green leaves of the sycamore trees covered the sky, giving the open space in front of the cold storage a layer of shade. Near the cold storage was a residential area. Everyone woke up in the morning and exercised in the square in twos and threes. Some walked their dogs, and some hurried home with breakfast. Everyone's faces were filled with a strong sense of happiness and contentment that belonged to the world. Gu Nianji's tears welled up, but she didn't cry. She calmly took out her phone and called Lu Jin. "Dad, Nianji. What's wrong? Are you okay?" Huashao is by your side, don't be afraid. When Lu Jin heard Gu Nianji's voice, he could clearly sense that something was wrong with her. His first reaction was that she was in danger, so he quickly betrayed Huashaoheng. Standing not far from Gu Nianji, Huashaoheng sighed. He could hear Lu Jin's voice through the Bluetooth headset in his ear. This was because his Bluetooth headset had been modified by Lu Jin and was connected to Lu Jin's surveillance and communication equipment. Gu Nianji scanned the square and quickly locked onto a man wearing sunglasses who was walking his dog. This was because this person was very tall and muscular. Compared to the group of old people and fat people in the square, he stood out like a crane among chickens. What's more, he was walking a small corgi. He didn't know where he rented it from, Gu Nianji smirked. Although they looked completely different, Gu Nianji still recognized Huashaoheng from Lu Jin's hint. However, she didn't walk over to greet him. Instead, she turned around and turned her back to Huashaoheng. She said to Lu Jin, "Dad, I just went to see Qin Suwen's body. She was frozen in liquid nitrogen." When Lu Jin heard Qin Suwen's name, he fell silent for a moment before saying, "Is she okay?" Gu Nianji, "No, she's not okay." Gu Nianji sighed. Her body wasn't preserved well. It's already a skeleton. Skeleton. Lu Jin almost choked on the other end of the phone. He shouted in shock, "Are you sure that skeleton is her? How did it become a skeleton?" "General, he is having a meeting with the medical staff who treated Qin Suwen's body coldly to verify the DNA. Gu Nianji's voice was choked. "What if it's her? How could this be?" Lu Jin heard that she was about to cry and quickly comforted her. "Nianji, don't cry. Let me think about how this happened." When Gu Nianji cried, Lu Jin's mind spun even faster. He muttered to himself over the phone, "Think about it carefully, it's not impossible." "What's not impossible?" Gu Nianji asked in confusion. "Turning into a skeleton." Lu Jin began to analyze. Freezing the human body with liquid nitrogen needs to be treated before it can be put in. Because freezing will cause the water in the human body to form ice crystals at low temperatures. The ice crystals will pierce through the cell wall. In order to prevent liquid nitrogen from damaging the human body's tissues and organs, the blood and water in the human body must be replaced with a special antifreeze. First, the human body must be injected with anticoagulation, antioxidant, and central nervous system nutrition drugs. The human body must also be injected with ice saline through the circulatory system to cool down. Then, the trachea must be intubated, the ventilator and cardiopulmonary support equipment must be activated to ensure the physiological functions of the human body. There are too many ways to tamper with this process. Lu Jin shook his head. If it were me, I would have done something to the antifreeze that replaced the blood and water in the human body. Even the bones would have been melted away. This person can only melt the flesh and blood of the corpse, leaving behind a skeleton. This means that his skills aren't up to standard. Gu Nianji, "Dad, this isn't the time to discuss whether his skills are up to standard or not." Gu Nianji's face darkened. "That's lawyer Qin Suwen's body." Lu Jin's voice darkened. "She's already dead. What's the use of doing anything else? Why didn't you protect her while she was still alive?" Gu Nianji, she had a little hope just now that if Lu Jin did it, he would be able to resurrect Qin Suwen. Now Lu Jin had personally told her that it was impossible and that she wouldn't be able to come back to life. It was like a blow to the head that made her dizzy. Gu Nianji held her phone and stood blankly under a sycamore tree at the edge of the square. She felt a bone-chilling cold. Even the summer heat couldn't make her feel hot. After an unknown period of time, Hijichu came to her side and pulled her hand in the direction of the cold storage. He said, "Let's take another look. We're going to take her out of the liquid nitrogen." Gu Nianji's fingers involuntarily shrank in Hijichu's palm. Did you prove who that skeleton is? It's the mother, He Ji-chu said calmly. Fortunately, there's still bone marrow in the bones. We've already verified the DNA just now. You want to take it out? Isn't that? She wanted to say that she wanted to destroy the body, but then she thought about it. It was already a skeleton, so how else could she destroy it? She closed her eyes. Are we going to bury it? We'll hold the funeral after the case is over and the results are out. He Ji-chu turned to look at her. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gu Nianji shook her head. I'm fine. What's the reason? Did you find it? My dad called another group of people to investigate. The preliminary evidence is that there's a problem with the refrigerant. There are corrosive microorganisms that can resist low temperatures in it. They corroded the flesh and blood of the body, leaving only the skeleton. They can actually leave the skeleton behind. Gu Nianji sneered. Why didn't they just completely corrode it? Do you think they didn't want to? He Ji-chu also sneered. It's just that the technology isn't up to standard. Because the microorganisms couldn't withstand the low temperature of minus 196 degrees Celsius before they could corrode into the bones. So they found the culprit, which was these frozen microorganisms. Gu Nianji was silent. It was exactly the same as Lu Jin's reasoning. He didn't even need to come here to know everything. Then do you want to find out who did it? Soon. There are only a few people, so it's easy to find out. He Ji-chu's voice was exceptionally cold. But so what if we find out? Even if we cut him into 1,000 pieces, he won't be able to restore my mother's body. If we find out, we can at least make him pay the price. Gu Nianji clenched her fists. We'll make him tell us who the mastermind is. Very good, she had one more witness to taint her. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1871, How Could This Be? A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes also, give Nianji and Major General Huo a heart moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1883. No one dared to stop or hide anything from the people He Qingjian wanted to investigate. Within an hour, several doctors from several large hospitals in the imperial capital were arrested. They were all medical staff who had frozen Qin Suwen's body with liquid nitrogen. The changes in the hospital system naturally did not escape the eyes and ears of the people involved in the Qin Hospital, the largest private hospital in the country. Old Mr. Qin, the backbone doctors from several public hospitals in the imperial capital have been taken away by the police to assist in the investigation. Under a maple tree in the courtyard, Qin Bei was wearing a silk shirt. He sat at the stone table and tasted the kung fu tea in a fine white porcelain cup. After a while, he smiled. Go ahead and investigate. What does it have to do with us? Go ahead and investigate. He put down the teacup and stood up. The court session is tomorrow. Go back to the city and prepare. Go to the court tomorrow. At this time, in the interrogation room of the Imperial Capital Police Station, some of the doctors couldn't take it anymore after being bluffed a few times and confessed everything in detail. Mr. Police, you have to believe me. I was forced to do it too. It was that Gu Xiangwen. It wasn't enough for him to kill lawyer Qin Suwen. He was also worried that someone would find out what he had done. He took advantage of the fact that lawyer Qin Suwen was about to be frozen with liquid nitrogen to find me and force me to add the contents of a small test tube to the freezer. It's really Gu Xiangwen. He Qingjian, who was watching the interrogation from the next room, flew into a rage. How can he be so vicious? It's not enough to kill Suwen, but he also wants to turn her into bones. He Ji-chu's eyebrows twitched slightly. He pressed He Qingjian down and said coldly, Father, Gu Xiangwen is already dead. It's easy to blame everything on him now. This matter isn't that simple. We have to investigate carefully. He Qingjian had long been prejudiced against Gu Xiangwen. In addition, Gu Xiangwen had absconded to escape punishment back then. He had already determined that Gu Xiangwen had something to do with it. Pointing at the one-sided glass wall in front of him, He Qingjian frowned and said angrily, "Investigate." "Why aren't you investigating?" He said that Gu Xiangwen ordered him to do it, so of course he has to show evidence. If he wants us to believe him just by opening his mouth, does he think we're idiots? He Zhichu patted the back of He Qingjian's hand. "Father, I'll go over and interrogate him. Please sit down first." After saying that, she poured He Qingjian a glass of water and looked at He Qingjian's expression. She said softly, "Father, don't you feel unwell?" In the past, when He Qingjian was angry, his blood pressure would rise and he would have a headache. When it was serious, he would not even be able to see clearly. But this time, even though he was so angry, nothing happened to him. He Qingjian touched his temple and said curiously, "As expected, I don't feel anything. The doctor you found is really good. This surgery was so worth it." "It was Nianji who helped find the doctor," He Zhichu said, then opened the door and went to the interrogation room next door. In the interrogation room next door, a few police officers were taking notes, and one of them was being questioned. Their surprise interrogation this time was to first interrogate them separately and then lock them up together. That way you can find out the truth from their answers. When they were questioned separately, everyone had their own thoughts, but when they were questioned together, their moods were different. If it was the truth, the answer would not change in either case, because there was only one truth. But if someone was lying, the answer would definitely be different in both cases. Fortunately, among these doctors, only one doctor gave two completely different answers, so they locked onto him as an important target for the third round of interrogation. He Zhichu pushed the door open and entered. He raised his hand to let the police officers in the interrogation room out. He said, "I've already told your chief that I'll personally conduct the third round of interrogation." The police officers quickly stood up and bowed to him before turning to leave. Anyway, they could watch the interrogation in the next room. However, the doctor did not know that there was a group of people in the next room, watching him through the one-sided glass wall. The door of the interrogation room slammed shut. He Zhichu sat down opposite the man and crossed his legs with a cold expression. He asked calmly, "What's your relationship with Gu Xiangwen?" The man was frightened by He Zhichu's aura. He was stunned for a long time before he said, "He used to be my mentor in medical school." He Zhichu frowned. "You're about the same age as him, right? How could he be your mentor?" The man's face flushed red. He quickly said, "I went to school late, and he went to school early. He also skipped grades many times, so by the time he went to medical school, Gu Xiangwen was already a visiting professor at the most famous medical school in the imperial capital." This was all well documented. He Zhichu nodded and took out his phone to send a message. He instructed his subordinates to go to the most famous medical school in the imperial capital to check the man's academic records. After sending the message, He Zhichu looked up and said expressionlessly, "Gu Xiangwen was already on the wanted list at that time. How did he contact you?" The man lowered his head and muttered, "He communicated with me via email. You know, he's also very good with computers. My computer was hacked by him." He Zhichu was slightly moved. It sounded like it was true. He sat up straight and asked again, "And then? What about the email?" "I deleted it. It happened many years ago." The man twisted his neck uncomfortably and confessed honestly, "He gave me 10 million yuan. After the matter was settled, he deposited it into my bank account. At that time, I urgently needed to buy a house and get married. The houses in the imperial capital were too expensive. They were all millions. I couldn't afford them. So you were tempted to use the things that person gave you to corrode my mother's body." He Zhichu's voice turned cold. He slammed the table hard. You're committing a crime. No. The man suddenly raised his head and argued with He Ji-chu. Gu Xiangwen told me that even if I was found out, the most serious crime would be destroying a body. I would only be sentenced to 3 years at most, and it's very likely that I would be sentenced to criminal detention or public surveillance. He Ji-chu was so angry that he laughed. Oh. You've been educated. You really know a lot. I really didn't mean it. He said that if the body was placed in liquid nitrogen, no one would want to see the body for 10 years, so it didn't matter even if the bones turned into bones. Calculating the time, it had indeed been 10 years. He Ji-chu didn't know what to say. Qin Suan's sudden death was an indelible scar in his and his father's hearts. He and his father couldn't face this fact for a long time. He Qingjian once put away all of Qin Suan's photos because he couldn't look at them. The moment he looked at them, his heart ached. He wanted nothing more than to die with her. But he couldn't because he still had a son. He couldn't abandon Qin Suan's last strand of flesh and blood. In the interrogation room next door, He Qingjian's expression gradually turned sorrowful. He had originally thought that when He Ji-chu got married and had children, he would be able to give Qin Suan an explanation and stop living. His health was getting worse and worse, and part of it was because he had deliberately condoned it. But now, he realized that everything he had done had become a joke. He took a deep breath to suppress his emotions that were on the verge of collapse. In the interrogation room on the other side, He Ji-chu looked at the person's confession and scoffed noncommittally. His slender fingers tapped on the transcript. Sign it. Wait for the trial. Gu Nianji had already said that she would use this person as a tainted witness. He Ji-chu could tell that there was something wrong with this person's confession, but he didn't want to remind him. He had to save it for Gu Nianji to skin these people in court. The person was shocked. Why do I have to go to court? Didn't I already plead guilty? You'll plead guilty just because you said so. Unfortunately, your family doesn't own the court. He Ji-chu stood up with a cold expression. You're the tainted witness summoned by the prosecution. It's up to you what to say when the time comes. He then pointed at the camera on the top of the interrogation room. There are surveillance cameras here. Don't think about retracting your confession when the time comes. Your every word and action has been recorded and stored in the cloud. It's useless even if you break the camera here. After coming out of the interrogation room, He Ji-chu and He Qingjian returned to the He family's mansion. It was already dark outside, and the lights were on. The imperial capital was bustling with activity on a summer night. Their car passed through one of the busiest commercial streets in the city. He Qingjian sighed as he looked out the window at the men and women in green and the night view of the bright lights. He thought about it silently for a while and asked, Ah Chu, do you think this has anything to do with Gu Xiangwen? Father, what do you think? He Ji-chu asked. He knew that his father had a prejudice against Gu Xiangwen. He used to have this kind of prejudice, but after experiencing a few things, he had completely changed his mind. He Qingjian pursed his lips. The wrinkles on his face were very obvious, making him look gloomy and dignified. If Gu Xiangwen wasn't the murderer, why did he escape? Why did he commit suicide to escape punishment? He Qingjian asked slowly. There are some things I don't want to tell you, but you're older now, so I won't hide it from you. Gu Xiangwen has always had a perverted infatuation with your mother. He Ji-chu suddenly looked up, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Gu Xiangwen has a infatuation with my mother. Do you think I don't know? I just don't think much of him. He Qingjian sneered. I know that Su only has me in her heart and treats him as a good friend. I'm not the kind of jealous husband who wants to lock his wife up at home and not let her see anyone. Of course, I pretended not to know. Not only did he not show it, but he also trusted Qin Suan and Gu Xiangwen's relationship, so Qin Suan trusted and loved him very much. Because of this, He Qingjian had once thought that Gu Xiangwen wouldn't harm Qin Suan. It wasn't until that day when Qin Suan suddenly died in her study after meeting Gu Xiangwen that He Qingjian realized that he had been wrong. He had been very wrong. Only now do I understand that when a relationship is too persistent, it's too easy for it to go bad when it can't be obtained, He Qingjian said meaningfully. I've suffered a loss. Don't suffer a loss like me. He Zhichu thought to himself that he would never suffer a loss in his life because he no longer had any extravagant hopes for love. When he got home, He Zhichu briefly told Gu Nianji about the day's interrogation and then reminded her, go to bed early. I'll be in court tomorrow. Gu Nianji nodded and said in high spirits, don't worry, young master He. There's something wrong with that person's confession. I'll ask the court to allow him to testify in court tomorrow. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1872, He Knows Everything. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1884. He Zhichu was very confident in Gu Nianji's abilities. He gave her a few more reminders before putting down the phone. When she returned to her room, she took a quick shower and went downstairs to the dining room for dinner. Seeing that He Qingjian was the only one sitting there, she looked around in surprise and asked the orderly next to her, where's Miss Xie? The orderly said loudly, Miss Xie has left. He Qingjian knocked on the seat next to him and said expressionlessly, look here, Qingying left you a note. He Zhichu walked over and saw the note. Zhichu, remember to have dinner with uncle. I'm going home. We'll go to the hearing tomorrow. Qingying is such a good girl. You have to be nice to her too. He Qingjian thought of Qin Suan and felt so sad that he didn't even want to eat. It's fate that the two of them can be together. You have to cherish it. He Zhichu stared at the note for a while, then put it aside and started eating dinner. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had dinner with He Qingjian. So many things had happened today, and neither of them wanted to talk. After the meal, He Zhichu only said, good night, and went back to his room. Gu Nianji ended the call with He Zhichu and decided to go to bed early. She slept very early and slept very soundly. She didn't have any dreams that night. When she opened her eyes, it was already the next day, which was the day she would appear in court. Gu Nianji woke up early in the morning and changed into a custom-made black pantsuit. She tied her long hair into a bun and pinned it behind her head. Her small face was crystal clear, like a freshly peeled boiled egg. It was tender and textured. Her eyes were big, and her facial features were more three-dimensional. She only had a handful of bright peach-colored lipstick on her curvy lips, and she looked very energetic. Looking at herself in the mirror, she picked out a platinum brooch in the shape of a night epiphyllum and wore it on her chest. It was a small memorial for Qin Suan. She whispered to the mirror. Mom, I won't let you down. Hu Xiaoheng was wearing a Soviet military summer uniform and walked out of the door with her without any hesitation. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin would dress up as passers-by to attend the court hearing. Hu Xiaoheng would be Gu Nianji's personal bodyguard as Peter. Outside the courtroom, Gu Nianji met up with the people from the procuratorate and briefly went through the brief introduction of the case. The prosecutor on the procuratorate side was a very steady middle-aged man. He looked to be in his 50s. Not only was he very experienced, but his position had also been promoted very high. The fact that he was appointed as the prosecutor indicated that the procuratorate had high hopes for this case. For such cases that were more difficult to handle and did not have much confidence in, the procuratorate would usually send younger rookies to give them a chance to train. Because he was young and inexperienced, it didn't matter if he lost the case. It was the same principle as a professional team substituting a substitute in an unimportant game or a game they were sure to lose. But this case was different. This case had to be tried in front of the whole world. They had to convict Qin Yaoguang openly, so they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, the procuratorate had sent the strongest prosecutor to work with Gu Nianji. They had to take down this case. Even if he didn't have enough evidence and his logic was strained, he had to win against the other party's legal team. This was because winning a case sometimes did not depend on having strong evidence. Sometimes, it depended on the mistakes made by the other party. There were many cases that he thought he would definitely win, but because of his negligence, the other party found a loophole and caused him to fail miserably. The prosecutor looked at Gu Nianji and said very cautiously, "Lawyer Gu, I don't know why the higher-ups agreed to let you be the prosecution's lawyer. To be honest, I don't agree. This case has been going on for a long time, and there isn't much evidence. I think the chain of evidence you proposed is quite forced. It really won't be easy to win." Then, he changed the topic. "But we can't lose. Do you understand? If they lost, it would confirm that the previous accusations against Qin Yaoguang were unfounded. Not to mention that the few lawsuits were completely unrelated, the foreign media didn't care. They were good at blaming others and fanning the flames." Gu Nianji also knew that most of the people here didn't know about her experience in court defense, so she wasn't angry. She only smiled and said, "I hope that after we go to court, you will change your disapproval to approval." Going to court required real ability. It was useless to say anything else now. However, after Gu Nianji discussed it carefully with him, she still changed her steps. The two of them chatted for a while before it was time to go in. Putting away the computer, the two of them walked into Court A, where the trial was held. As soon as they entered, both of them were slightly shocked. They both knew that this trial would be broadcasted to the world, but they didn't expect it to be so big. Other than the plaintiff's stand, the defendant's stand, and the witness stand, all the other seats in the room were filled. Only old Master Qin and his grandnephew, Qin Haoshan, had come from the Qin family, but they had brought a lot of staff with them. Just the members of the legal team alone took up half of the seats. Looking at the scale, it was obvious that the Qin family had put in a lot of money this time. They had hired top-notch criminal litigation experts and lawyers from home and abroad to fight this lawsuit for Qin Yaoguang. They also wanted to slap the domestic judicial system in the face and confirm the propaganda that Qin Yaoguang had been wronged. They would then seek her parole to go abroad to recuperate. Gu Nianji's gaze swept across old Master Qin and the Qin family's legal team. The corners of her lips curled into a meaningful smile. Her gaze swept around the room again. The courtroom room was the largest in the entire courtroom, but the surrounding empty space against the wall was already densely packed with all kinds of live broadcast equipment and cameras. Television stations, newspapers, websites, new media, and even radio stations had all come to join in. Not only were there domestic media, but there were also foreign media reporters stationed in the country. They had all come to watch. At that moment, the reporters, anchors, and hosts were all in position in their respective live broadcast rooms. They were rubbing their palms and preparing to show their faces in this rare trial that was facing the whole world. Everyone knew that the United States had even started a trade war to threaten Qin Yaoguang and had been using the domestic judicial system as an excuse. Today's trial was also exposed in front of the whole world to shut up the foreign media who liked to bullshit about the domestic judicial process. After all, it was not possible to even take a photo of a court trial in the United States, let alone broadcast it live to the whole world. Until now, the court trial could only be drawn by a sketch artist. However, the prosecutor's office and the court were regretful that the chances of winning this case were not high. They were all sweating profusely. However, when they saw that the prosecutor from the prosecutor's office and the prosecution's external lawyer, Gu Nianji, were still calm and collected, they heaved a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, Major General He Jichu and General He Qingjian had both recommended Gu Nianji as a lawyer and said that she would definitely be able to perform the duties of the prosecution's lawyer. He Jichu had even said that if there was only one person who could win this case, that person would definitely be Gu Nianji. He Jichu himself used to be a lawyer. His mother was the most famous lawyer in the empire, Qin Suwen. Due to his family's background and his familiarity with Gu Nianji, everyone tended to believe in his judgment. Therefore, the way they looked at Gu Nianji became even more passionate. Everyone was looking forward to what abilities this young girl, who had just turned 20, had to do to make Major General He Jichu praise her so much. Even the picky General He Qingjian had to nod and agree to her qualifications as a prosecution lawyer. One had to know that this case not only concerned the face of the country, but it also concerned General He Qingjian's beloved wife, Qin Suwen. Back then, Qin Suwen's sudden death had also caused a sensation in the country. Now, people over the age of 30 still remembered this case. They had also inspired the younger generation. Thus, the love and hate entanglement between He Qingjian, Gu Xiangwen, Qin Suwen, and Qin Yaoguang was like a melodramatic soap opera that swept the public. There was nothing else on everyone's phones for the past few days. They were all searching for news related to this case. Xie Qingying's new media agency was even more sought after by netizens because of her close relationship with the He family. In her company's live broadcast of the special news, the number of people watching the live broadcast was the most. For the television station, this was also a rare opportunity for the daytime program to far surpass the ratings of an established entertainment program like the Spring Festival Gala. Seeing the rising ratings, the television station's ratings were grinning from ear to ear. Ever since the rise of the internet, the television station's ratings had been declining day by day. Gu Nianji walked into her seat. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting behind her, closest to her. Today, he wasn't a Soviet diplomat. He was just her bodyguard, her bodyguard. Gu Nianji smiled at him. Her gaze swept past Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's disguised faces in the crowd, then back to He Qingjian, who was sitting upright with a serious expression on his face. She nodded slightly. He Jichu was sitting next to He Qingjian, and on his right was Xie Qingying, who was dressed in a white Chanel suit. Like Gu Nianji, Xie Qingying was also dressed very simply. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a white jade epiphyllum hairpin. Gu Nianji smiled at her and thanked Xie Qingying for her thoughtfulness. Only a handful of people knew what today meant to her. Gu Nianji sat down. As the judge at the bench struck the gavel, the trial began. This is today's second update, Chapter 1873, Can't Lose. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1885. The judge cleared his throat and announced, the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Procurator's case against Qin Yaoguang for the murder of Qin Suwen has officially begun. Summon the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, to court. The doors of the courtroom opened to both sides, and 2 female bailiffs escorted Qin Yaoguang in. She walked to the dock and sat down expressionlessly. It could be seen that she had dressed up meticulously today. She was dressed in a decent ash-gray LV custom-made professional attire. Her hair was cut short and thin, and it stuck to her scalp. She looked very capable. The makeup on her face was very light, but it was just enough to highlight her delicate features, especially her curvy lips. Anyone in the courtroom who saw her and then looked at Gu Nianji would know that they were definitely biological mother and daughter. The judge looked at her, then at the information in his hand. He said, the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, was born on X month X day XXXX. Her birthplace was G City. She had a PhD in education. She was a brain surgeon and biomedical expert and scholar by profession. She was the director of the Qin Private Hospital Group. The lawyer representing the lawsuit is Lu Onping, a partner of the Jin law firm. May I ask if this is true? Qin Yaoguang nodded and said lightly, true. Qin Yaoguang's lawyer, Lu Onping, who was also the chief lawyer of the legal team that old Master Qin had hired for her, stood up and nodded. True. The judge knocked the gavel and asked again, has the defendant ever been subject to legal punishment? If so, please state the reason and type of punishment. The defendant's lawyer, Lu Onping, said calmly, Your Honor, my client does still have 2 lawsuits, but those 2 lawsuits are full of doubts and have not been concluded. Therefore, my client has not been subject to any legal punishment for the time being. Gu Nianji quickly entered the state of court debate and immediately said, Objection. Your Honor, the other party only needs to answer yes or no to your question. Defense lawyer, please don't add fuel to the fire, waste everyone's time, and divert everyone's attention from the issue that has nothing to do with the case. Lu Onping's eyes narrowed as he quickly glanced at Gu Nianji. He thought to himself that this female lawyer was so young, but her reaction was very fast. What he had said just now was something that lawyers would usually do in court. However, knowing was one thing, and being able to react in time and not let everyone be led was another. Gu Nianji was able to cut him off in time. Her timing was indeed very shrewd. The judge nodded. I agree with the prosecution's lawyer. Please pay attention to your wording. There is no need to mention cases that have nothing to do with this case. Lu Onping smiled and nodded. Yes, Your Honor. We will be careful. After confirming the identity of the defendant and the defendant's lawyer, the judge began to announce the cause of the case. He also announced the list of the court clerk, the prosecutor, and the defense of both sides. After everyone expressed that they had no objections, the case entered the trial stage. After the trial began, the prosecutor's side first presented their claims and the basis of their facts. Based on the results of the police's investigation that year and the evidence provided by the victim's family, the court charged Qin Yaoguang with the murder of Qin Suwen. After the prosecutor finished speaking, he raised his hand to Gu Nianji. Now, our court has invited lawyer Gu Nianji to represent our court in presenting the case. Gu Nianji stood up and bowed in the direction of the courtroom. Your Honor, all the court clerks, the reporters in the courtroom, all the relatives and friends who are listening, and all the members of the public. Good evening. I am Gu Nianji, the lawyer hired by the prosecution for this case. Today, I would like to tell everyone about a murder case that has been going on for more than 10 years. The inside story is extremely dark and shocking. The corners of Lu Onping's mouth twitched. He had just been secretly praising Gu Nianji for being young and promising, but now he retracted his previous thoughts. What was with this melodramatic storyteller's tone? Lu Onping immediately raised his hand and said, Objection. The prosecution's lawyer should present the facts of the case, not exaggerate. Gu Nianji's face became serious. Defense lawyer, I am presenting the facts of the case. Don't you know that there are many things in life that are even more melodramatic and dark than novels? Novels also have to talk about logic and cause and effect, but many cases in reality can only be summarized with the word unbelievable. Lu Onping nodded. I don't deny that some cases in reality are indeed complicated and bizarre, but no matter how complicated and bizarre a case is, it has its own internal logic. I asked the prosecution's lawyer not to deviate from the legal track. Gu Nianji also secretly gave Lu Onping a thumbs up in her heart. This was probably the most reliable opponent she had encountered in her career on both sides of the bar. Unfortunately, this case couldn't be fought using conventional methods. Gu Nianji could already tell that the other party was used to the standard court debate procedure. She didn't know if this great lawyer Lu would be able to react to Gu Nianji's next unconventional move and adapt to the situation. Gu Nianji was still looking forward to competing with an evenly matched opponent. She smiled. Okay, I accept the defendant's lawyer's opinion. There's no need to use rhetoric to describe the case. I'll use a straightforward method to show everyone this case. As she spoke, Gu Nianji gestured to the court technician. The technician understood and gradually dimmed the lights in the courtroom. A square white projection screen descended from the roof. This white projection screen was about the size of an open-air movie screen from the last century. Gu Nianji connected her laptop to the courtroom's projector and began to play the case presentation she had made. The first thing that appeared on the projection screen was an old photo. The photo showed a simple and low-key study. There weren't too many fancy decorations in the study. The most prominent thing was a particularly large mahogany desk. Under the desk, a little girl holding a doll timidly poked her head out from under the desk and looked at the camera warily. The little girl was a little chubby, and her big eyes were like purple grapes. They were so black that they were purple, but they were moist and extremely lively. This little girl was Gu Nianji, who had just arrived at the He family when she was 6 years old. Not only did the people in the courtroom see this photo, but everyone watching the live broadcast of the trial all over the world also saw it. For a moment, domestic and foreign social media were in an uproar. On the search engine, searching for #who is the little girl in the case of Qin Yaoguang's murder of Qin Suwen. The number of headlines increased exponentially. The whole world was asking who this little girl, who had a pair of bright eyes but a timid expression that could break one's heart, was. Gu Nianji seemed to be stunned as well, as if she had forgotten to speak for a moment. It wasn't until the defense lawyer, Lu Onping, felt that something was wrong and immediately said, "Lawyer for the prosecution, what's with this photo?" Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and hurriedly changed the photo. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I put the wrong photo." The photo did show lawyer Qin Suwen's study, but it was taken 2 years before her death. The little girl in the photo is me. I was 6 years old at the time, and I had just been taken away from Qin Yaoguang by my father, Gu Xiangwen. I was sent to the He family and was personally educated by lawyer Qin Suwen. Ha! That little girl is actually lawyer Gu Nianji. The people inside and outside the courtroom were even more excited. Just this photo reminded everyone of the kidnapping case that Gu Nianji had sued Qin Yaoguang. In that case, Gu Nianji had personally testified that Qin Yaoguang had ordered someone to violently kidnap her out of the He family at the age of 12. In that case, although the fact that Qin Yaoguang had kidnapped her was established, her motive was a mystery. She didn't say it, and Gu Nianji didn't expose her. But at that moment, Gu Nianji suddenly said, "When I was 6 years old, my father, Gu Xiangwen, took me away from Qin Yaoguang because he found that I was following Qin Yaoguang and began to show signs of autism. I was afraid of light, people, and sounds. I never communicated with people, and I didn't speak. My favorite place was under the table, behind the curtains, and anywhere else I could hide myself. I don't remember why I had this tendency, but later the psychiatrist said that I had been cruelly abused as a child, and that's why I had this tendency to use autism to protect myself." When she said that she had been abused when she was a child by Qin Yaoguang's side, and that she had been taken away from Qin Yaoguang, her biological mother, by her biological father, and sent to the He family, which had nothing to do with her. She had been personally educated by lawyer Qin Suwen. The hint was very obvious. She didn't need to say anything more. The imaginative netizens had already made up the facts. One by one, related posts competed to become popular. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Qin Yaoguang is even more vicious than an animal. Blue Planet is too scary. How could there be such a cruel mother? If my child was abused like this, I promise I'll beat her to death. For a moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast of the trial were infuriated by Qin Yaoguang. They began to criticize her one after another. They directly extended it to, she could even abuse her own daughter to the point that she looked like a human, so it would be easy for her to kill a few people. Lu Onping was almost led astray by Gu Nianji. He was stunned for a moment before he quickly stood up and said loudly, "Objection. The prosecution's lawyer's words just now have nothing to do with this case. They are deliberately tarnishing my client's reputation and character. My client has been practicing medicine for decades and has saved countless people. This is all solid evidence. It's not something that the prosecution's lawyer can overturn with a photo and a few emotional words. Lu Onping's words finally brought back the public opinion on the internet that had almost been led astray by Gu Nianji. After all, Qin Yaoguang and the Qin private hospital had indeed saved many people over the years. These people were still biased towards Qin Yaoguang and the Qin private hospital. As soon as they saw lawyer Lu Onping's words, they immediately posted in support of Qin Yaoguang. For a moment, the internet was divided into two factions. One faction had already impulsively convicted Qin Yaoguang, while the other faction was calmer. They believed that the current evidence was not enough to convict Qin Yaoguang, and that Gu Nianji's exposure of what had happened to her when she was young was even more of a show of sympathy. However, this statement angered more ordinary bystanders. They generally did not speak up and were the silent majority. However, they also had a sore spot, and that sore spot was their children. If anyone talked about children and was not good for them, the silent majority would definitely not continue to remain silent. The number of reposts on Weibo soared, and the comments also skyrocketed. If lawyer Gu Nianji didn't lie and what happened to her when she was young is true, why can't she say it? Show sympathy. I'll abuse you first, and then I won't let you speak. Will you agree? You won't agree. Then what should we do? You said it to show sympathy. Where's your face? Oh. It's gone. Where's your conscience? Was it eaten by a dog? If Qin Yaoguang really abused her young daughter, then not only is she guilty, but she's also mentally ill, because only a psychopath would abuse a child. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. You said Qin Yaoguang is mentally ill. Are you teaching her to use mental illness to get away with her crime? Upstairs plus ID number. Qin Yaoguang is not mentally ill. People who are mentally ill will only hurt themselves. Only psychopaths will hurt others. Note, psychopaths are not mentally ill. The public opinion on the internet was instantly drowned out by posts condemning Qin Yaoguang for cruelty to children. Gu Nianji had already calmly changed to another photo. This photo was still a photo of Qin Suan's study. It was in the same place as the photo she had misplaced earlier. Even the angle was almost the same. The difference was that the timid and vigilant child was no longer under the table. In the open space in front of the table, there was a fallen figure drawn with white chalk. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1874. Visual Impact, 1. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to my Grand Alliance, GU, for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Oh, intersection. Oh. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1886. The second photo that Gu Nianji released was the police scene photo from back then. It was the scene of Qin Suan's sudden death. The white chalk drawing on the ground was how Qin Suan looked when she fell to the ground. He Zhichu had helped her get this photo. It wasn't the first time she had seen this photo, but now that she looked at it, her heart still felt stifled. However, she was already able to control her emotions. Her tone was slow and clear as she continued to explain. This is a photo of lawyer Qin Suan's sudden death in her own study 12 years ago. The forensic examination at the time proved that lawyer Qin Suan died of a congenital heart attack. Gu Nianji paused for a moment. She pressed the keyboard and released the third photo. This photo showed the entrance of the Qin orphanage. She said, "This is the orphanage that the Qin family acquired in Sea City. The deceased, Qin Suan, lost both her parents in a car accident, and she didn't find any relatives in the country who could adopt her, so she was sent to this orphanage. As Gu Nianji spoke, she typed out the fourth and fifth photos. The two photos were juxtaposed, and the contrast was very stark. The fourth photo showed a rather depressing small room. There were 2 rows of simple shelves on the east and west sides. There were 3 beds in each row, and there were 6 beds in total. It could sleep 12 people. This was the dormitory of lawyer Qin Suan in the orphanage when she was young. Gu Nianji then pointed at the 5th photo with the laser pointer. It was a very luxurious and comfortable bedroom for a young girl. It was gray and low-key, decorated with pink. It was elegant and romantic. The pony logo that could be seen everywhere inside showed that the furnishings inside were all luxury brand Hermes. This is Qin Yaoguang's bedroom in the Qin family. The shabbiness and luxury immediately formed a sharp contrast, successfully arousing the audience's sympathy for Qin Suan. She had gone from a high and mighty lawyer in the eyes of ordinary people, the mistress of the powerful He family, to an orphan girl who had no one to rely on and could be trampled on. Qin Yaoguang had gone from a simple scientist who had made great achievements to a rich second generation who loved luxury goods. Qin Yaoguang's chief defense lawyer, Lu Onping, instantly understood Gu Nianji's intentions. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Objection. The prosecution lawyer continues to use comparisons that have nothing to do with the case to slander my client. This kind of psychological suggestion would make the judge and the audience involuntarily favor the weaker side, which was extremely disadvantageous for Qin Yaoguang." Gu Nianji immediately said, "Your Honor, I am presenting the case, and I will prove that this has a lot to do with our charges." The judge thought for a moment. May the prosecution witness get to the point as soon as possible and state the facts of the case. Gu Nianji saw that she had achieved her goal, so she didn't continue. She understood that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. She nodded. "Yes, Your Honor." Gu Nianji stopped playing the photos. Instead, she looked at the people in the courtroom and continued speaking in a low, excited voice. Lawyer Qin Suan grew up in such a Qin family orphanage when she was young, and Qin Yaoguang was the daughter of the Qin family. She had the means to borrow the power of the Qin family and mentally torture Qin Suan for several years. It was not until Qin Suan got engaged to General He Qingjian that Qin Yaoguang's mental persecution of Qin Suan temporarily stopped. But Qin Yaoguang didn't let it go. A few months before Qin Suan died, the medicine she took was personally written by Qin Yaoguang. We have the prescription from that year to prove it. Gu Nianji took out a photocopy of the prescription and waved it in front of everyone. The judge confirmed her identity just now. Qin Yaoguang is a brain surgeon and biomedical expert, not a cardiologist. Why did she prescribe medicine to a heart patient? Lawyer Qin Suan was diagnosed with congenital heart disease when she was young. Congenital heart disease isn't a disease that will definitely kill you. If you take good care of yourself, you won't get sick. Once you get sick, you must have been severely stimulated both physically and mentally. Then why did Ms. Qin Yaoguang provoke lawyer Qin Suan? There's a fact here that I think everyone knows. Back then, Ms. Qin Yaoguang was engaged to General He Qingjian first, but later, General He Qingjian broke off the engagement. After General He Qingjian broke off the engagement, the person who got engaged to him was lawyer Qin Suan. The eldest daughter of the Qin family had her engagement taken away by an orphan girl from her own orphanage. This was a great humiliation that Ms. Qin Yaoguang would never forget for the rest of her life. In the 10 years that followed, Ms. Qin Yaoguang didn't stay away from the He family because of her emotional injury. Instead, she was actively active in the He family's social circle and even became the He family's family healthcare doctor. After lawyer Qin Suan passed away, Qin Yaoguang finally got what she wanted and married General He Qingjian, whom she loved with all her heart. What's more, after she murdered lawyer Qin Suan, she was worried that her evil deeds would eventually be discovered. She even bribed a doctor who had frozen lawyer Chin Suwon's body with liquid nitrogen to mix corrosive microbes into the freezer. In the end, lawyer Chin Suwon's body, which should have been well preserved, turned into a pile of bones. The last photo that Gu Nyenji typed was the photo of the bones in the liquid nitrogen freezer column. The impact of this photo was too strong. In the front, there was a living person, but in the back, there was only a pile of bones. No one inside or outside the courtroom could react. For a moment, there was a dead silence. He Qingjian's brows furrowed even tighter. His lips trembled violently, and he almost couldn't control himself. He Jichu quickly held the back of his hand and patted it gently. He Qingjian glanced at him and said in a low voice, "How did it become Qin Yaowang's doing? Didn't the doctor confess to being someone else?" Because they were in court, He Qingjian didn't say Gu Xiangwen's name. He Jichu whispered, "Nianji has her reasons for saying that. Don't worry, continue listening." The defendant already knew who the doctor had confessed to. He just didn't know why Gu Nianji still blamed Qin Yaowang for this. Lu Jin, who was sitting in the crowd, had a hostile expression on his face. He stared at the back of He Qingjian's head with an unfriendly gaze, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the back of his head with his gaze. Gu Nianji's gaze swept across everyone's faces in the courtroom. She dropped another hint and ended her statement of the case. In summary, we have reason to believe that in order to achieve the goal of marrying General He Qingjian, Miss Qin Yaowang had the motive, means, and opportunity to commit the crime. Knowing that Qin Suwon had congenital heart disease, she used drugs and direct psychological stimulation to cause her sudden death. Qin Yaowang is the murderer who murdered Qin Suwon. We request that Qin Yaowang be brought to justice to pay for the murder of lawyer Qin Suwon, who was murdered 12 years ago. Your Honor, this is what happened in this case. After she finished speaking, the lights in the courtroom gradually lit up again. From darkness to light, it was only a blink of an eye, but it was enough to make people feel the beauty of the light. The judge nodded and looked at the defendant's lawyer. "May I ask if the defendant's lawyer has anything to say?" The defendant's chief lawyer, Lu Onping, stood up unhurriedly. He was almost 50 years old, but he took good care of himself. He usually paid attention to exercise, so he had a good figure. He could wear a suit and had the aura of a clothes rack. He also had a dignified and righteous appearance. As soon as he stood out, some people had a good impression of him. Lu Onping nodded politely at the judge. Your Honor, he raised his head and swept his gaze across the dense crowd in the courtroom, as well as the cameras and various live broadcast equipment on the aisles in front of the walls on both sides of the courtroom. He smiled and said, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, viewers and netizens in front of their televisions and phones. I'm Lu Onping, a partner of the Jin law firm. I've practiced law for 30 years, but I've never heard such a moving courtroom case statement. It's even better than a radio drama." He smiled humorously, instantly dispelling the slightly tense and oppressive atmosphere in the courtroom. Gu Nianji's pupils constricted imperceptibly. This Lu Onping was indeed an expert. He was also well versed in psychological cues and the Tai Chi posture of moving 1,000 pounds with little effort. As soon as he came up, he pointed out that Gu Nianji's statement of the case was exaggerated. Gu Nianji wouldn't let him continue hinting. She retorted with a smile, "Lawyer Lu, you flatter me. My eloquence is limited. I can't express 1% of the twists and turns of this case. I've disappointed everyone." Everyone? How could this be called limited eloquence? Looking at the lawyer who was lying through his teeth and belittling himself was also intoxicating. Lu Onping smiled generously and shook his head. "No, Lawyer Gu is wrong. This case isn't twists and turns at all. On the contrary, this case is very simple. That's why I'm surprised that our prosecutor's office and court actually accepted such a case that was made up out of nothing." As he spoke, Lu Onping made a gesture to the technicians in the courtroom. The lights in the courtroom went out again, and the white projection screen lit up. Lu Onping also had a video he had personally made waiting for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji saw it and said humorously, "In a lawsuit these days, it's not enough to just memorize the legal provisions and analyze the case. A lawyer also has to be a film and television producer." Everyone inside and outside the courtroom laughed. However, Lu Onping knew that Gu Nianji's words weren't just humorous, but derogatory of the evidence he was about to present as film and television production. Lu Onping smiled and glanced at her. Likewise. He didn't let her lead him on. He pressed the play button on his laptop. As the gentle music played, Lu Onping's pleasant baritone voice was like a commentator on TV, whispering in everyone's ears. The video also showed the study where Qin Suwen suddenly died, but what followed was an outdoor scene. It was a photo of Qin Suwen standing with a tall man. Everyone could tell that it was an autumn day. The two of them were standing under a fiery red maple tree. Light shone through the gaps in the maple leaves. Qin Suwen raised her head, and her eyes seemed to be dancing with sunlight. The man standing in front of her was extraordinarily handsome, but his naturally arrogant expression made his handsomeness seem distant, making it difficult for others to approach him. Lu Onping continued, "This man is Gu Xiangwen. He has a good relationship with lawyer Qin Suwen, and he's also a partner of my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang. They run a biomedical laboratory together." "Oh, right, this Gu Xiangwen is also a double Nobel Prize winner in biology and physics. He's the last person lawyer Qin Suwen saw before she died. We have evidence from the police at the time that lawyer Qin Suwen had a congenital heart attack and died in her own study. The last person she saw before she died was this great scientist Gu Xiangwen. So, as the prosecution's lawyer said, it wasn't Qin Yaoguang who directly provoked Qin Suwen and caused her sudden death." This is today's second update, Chapter 1875, Visual Impact, 2. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1887. Following Lu Onping's narration, the video on the white projection screen changed and began to show the scene of the Qin orphanage in Sea City. Unlike Gu Nianji's display of the orphans' dormitory, Lu Onping's video showed the Qin orphanage's large expanse of green space, trees, tall and clean school buildings, and the smiling faces of the orphans in neat school uniforms. Lu Onping's voice continued to echo in everyone's ears. This is the Qin orphanage's branch in Sea City. It's also the orphanage where the deceased lawyer, Qin Suwen, was when she was a teenager. This place is located in the suburbs of Sea City, a bustling metropolis. It covers a vast area. There was a reason why the conditions here weren't good decades ago. At that time, the country was in a transition period. Not only did the Qin orphanage have no money, but the people of the whole country also had no money. In terms of the average living standard at that time, the Qin orphanage at that time was not worse than the average living standard of the people of the whole country. Moreover, the orphans also enjoyed a free medical examination once a year, as well as the treatment of free medical and miscellaneous expenses. If the prosecution lawyer thinks that this is abuse, then the people of the whole country were abused at that time. There was a burst of sympathetic laughter inside and outside the courtroom. Back then, everyone's lives weren't considered hard. They had enough to eat and wear, but they didn't have money. This was also a fact. Lu Onping knocked on the table to remind everyone to pay attention. He said solemnly, "And the prosecution lawyer just accused my client, Qin Yaoguang, of using the Qin family's power to mentally torture Qin Suwen for more than 10 years. It was only when she married General He Qingjian that she stopped. We completely object to this accusation." The other party didn't produce any evidence of mental torture. They can't falsely accuse my client without any evidence. After Lu Onping finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Nianji, as if waiting for her to refute. However, Gu Nianji had no intention of refuting him. Instead, she stared blankly at the white projection screen on the opposite wall, as if she was attracted by something. Seeing this, Lu Onping didn't wait any longer. He immediately followed the content of the video and began the next round of statements. What was shown in the video was a white building with a postmodern style. At the top of the building that was dozens of stories high, the words, Qin Hospital Group, were written in large black letters between the blue sky and the white roof of the building, appearing very abrupt and eye-catching. Lu Onping continued, "This is the headquarters building of the Qin Corporation's private hospital in Z City. There is also an identical building in the capital. It is reported that the headquarters of the Qin Corporation's private hospital will be moved to the capital in the future, so that it will be easier to manage the group's affairs." As he narrated, the video showed the interior of the building. Clean white marble walls, wide and bright corridors, doctors and nurses in white medical uniforms, with warm smiles on their faces, walked back and forth in the corridors. Ward rounds, consultations, meetings, and surgeries were carried out in an orderly manner. The patients were also dressed in neat hospital gowns, and they moved around in an orderly manner. Lu Onping continued. The third point raised by the prosecution's lawyer is why the medicine that Qin Suwen took a month before she died was prescribed by my client, Qin Yaoguang. Their reason is that my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, is a brain surgeon. Why would she prescribe medicine to a heart patient? I'm here to popularize the concept of a family health doctor. Simply put, my client, Qin Yaoguang, once successfully treated the only son of General He Qingjian and Qin Suwen, He Zhichu, and gained the trust of the He couple. They chose her to become the He family's family health doctor. As he spoke, Lu Onping held the laser pointer and pointed at a form that had just appeared on the white projection screen. At the bottom of the form, there was a signature file that was specially circled in red. Lu Onping said, "This is the signature of the He couple. They appointed my client, Qin Yaoguang, as the He family's chief health doctor. This signature can give my client, Qin Yaoguang, the right to sign on issues related to the He family's health insurance. In other words, she can prescribe daily health care medicine. The medicine that Qin Suwen took a few months before she died was the daily health care medicine for heart patients. After investigation, there was no problem. So the prosecution's lawyer's question is not valid." As Lu Onping spoke, the music on the small video he made began to become heavy and urgent. The image of a plane appeared on the projection screen, and then the scene of a tropical island appeared. Lu Onping said, "This is the Hawaii Convention Center in the United States. In fact, when lawyer Qin Suwen died, my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, wasn't even in the country. She was attending an international conference abroad. I have the plane ticket, the invitation to the conference, and the news and video evidence of my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, attending the conference." Finally, Lu Onping pointed at the new image that appeared on the white projection screen again. The prosecution's lawyer claimed that after my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, murdered lawyer Qin Suwen, she was worried that her evil deeds would eventually be discovered, so she bribed a doctor who had frozen lawyer Qin Suwen's body with liquid nitrogen. She mixed corrosive microorganisms into the freezer, and in the end, lawyer Qin Suwen's body, which should have been well preserved, turned into a pile of bones. But this is the surveillance video of the interrogation of this medical staff that I obtained from the police. A short video of the police interrogating the doctors yesterday appeared on the white projection screen. These doctors were the ones who were responsible for freezing Qin Suwen's body 12 years ago. In the video, the doctor who had tampered with the body was ashen. He was almost crying as he confessed to the police. "Mr. Police, you have to believe me. I was forced to do it. It was that Gu Xiangwen. It wasn't enough for him to kill lawyer Qin Suan. He was also worried that someone would find out what he had done. Taking advantage of the fact that lawyer Qin Suan was about to be frozen in liquid nitrogen, he found me and forced me to add the contents of a small test tube to the freezer. He gave me 10 million yuan. After the matter was done, he deposited it into my bank account. At that time, I was in urgent need of a house to get married. The houses in the capital were too expensive. They were all millions. I couldn't afford them. The video that Lu Onping made came to an abrupt end. He took out a small test tube and showed it to the people inside and outside the courtroom. He said, "The thing that the doctor in the video told me to put into the freezer was this kind of microorganism that could corrode flesh and blood." At this point, we are already very clear that the medical staff who tampered with the freezer was instructed by Gu Xiangwen. It has nothing to do with my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang. In the end, Lu Onping closed the file and spread out her hands regretfully. In conclusion, we believe that the evidence presented by the prosecution is illusory, and the logical chain is groundless. It can't stand up to scrutiny at all. It shouldn't have been filed for trial at all. The prosecutor's office or the court should have called back the complaint immediately. Unfortunately, such a flawed complaint actually passed through the prosecutor's office and the court's checkpoints. It was actually able to be heard, and it was even given a lot of preferential treatment in terms of scheduling. As Lu Onping spoke, she turned to face the judge and said word by word, "Now, on behalf of my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, we formally request the court to call back the prosecution's complaint and declare the case invalid." Lu Onping didn't want to win the case at all, but to make the case completely invalid. This was even more powerful than simply winning the case. For the defendant, this was the best outcome because it wouldn't affect any of her records. Otherwise, even if she won the case, she would still have a record of being a defendant even if she didn't have a criminal record. This was as serious as having a criminal record in many strict security checks. It was also reasonable for the defendant's lawyer to refute all of the prosecution's evidence and request that the complaint be invalid. The judge and the prosecutor sighed regretfully in their hearts. They turned in Gu Nianji's direction and asked gently, "Lawyer Gu, do you have any objections?" Gu Nianji didn't speak for a long time. The internet outside the courtroom was in chaos again. Those who had accused Qin Yaoguang of being inhuman and abusing her own daughter had been utterly defeated by those who supported Qin Yaoguang and the Qin hospital. Lu Jin was a little anxious. He wished he could stand up and tell the truth. Lu Yuan quickly held him down and said sternly in a low voice, "Don't cause trouble for Nianji. You have to believe her." But. Lu Jin stammered, "But why isn't Nianji speaking? It's only been 3 minutes." Lu Yuan looked at his watch disapprovingly. Gu Nianji finally stood up. She said slowly, "Lawyer Lu, could you please play the first part of your video again?" Lu Onping, he looked in the direction of the judge. "Your Honor, can you declare this case null and void?" The judge pointed at Gu Nianji. "As long as the prosecution's lawyer agrees, I can declare this case null and void." Gu Nianji seemed to have come back to her senses and immediately said, "Objection. Your Honor, please ask the defendant's lawyer to play the beginning of his video again." The judge nodded. "Defense lawyer, please do as the prosecution lawyer requests." Lu Onping felt that Gu Nianji was stalling for time. He nodded and smiled. "Since lawyer Gu likes to watch it, I can play it as many times as I want, but it won't change the final facts." He felt that victory was in his grasp, so he was much more lenient towards his defeated opponent. He casually pressed the replay button and began to play the short video he had made again. Gu Nianji also smiled and said, "Yes, no matter how many times a lie is repeated, it won't become the truth." Lu Onping remained calm and continued, "No matter how many times a truth is repeated, it won't become a lie." Gu Nianji didn't reply because the same photo appeared on the white projection screen again. Under the fiery red maple tree, a man and a woman with outstanding temperament looked at each other and smiled. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1876, Visual Impact, 3. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1888. Gu Nianji looked at the photo on the white projection screen and was in a daze for a moment. She had seen Gu Xiangwen's appearance in the other world, but although the two of them had the same DNA and looked exactly the same, their different temperaments and expressions made it impossible to confuse them. They were both people with super high IQs, but their EQ was like heaven and earth. The Gu Xiangwen in the other world was gentle and elegant. She had heard from several people who were close to him that he was extremely patient and treated people kindly and generously. Therefore, his temperament was like the spring rain, moistening things silently, and also like the moonlight, quietly refreshing people's hearts. The Gu Xiangwen in this world, on the other hand, was arrogant and unyielding. He had no patience, and his words were harsh. He was a patient with serious interpersonal disorders. It was as if he had thorns all over his body, and he would stab anyone who approached him. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and suddenly asked, "Lawyer Lu, may I ask where you found this photo? Can you give me one?" Lu Onping was a little speechless. The corners of his mouth twitched. This was the photo the police found when they searched Gu Xiangwen's residence. "Haven't you seen it?" Gu Nianji shook her head and said in a daze. "This is the first time I've seen this photo." The first photo was of her father and mother together. Because she needed to avoid suspicion and didn't want He Qingjian to be unhappy with her, Gu Nianji didn't ask the police for too much evidence about Gu Xiangwen when she was sorting out the evidence related to the case. Of course, the more important reason was that Gu Xiangwen had changed his name to Lu Jin and was by her side every day. She didn't need to go to the police to find out more about Gu Xiangwen. However, she still wanted to see what her father looked like before his face was disfigured. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the photo. Lu Onping saw that her expression was strange and looked over as if he was asking for help. There seemed to be tears in his eyes. When he looked again, he saw Gu Nianji smiling sweetly. The flash of tears just now seemed to be an illusion. Lu Onping found it strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He shook his head and said, "This is a photo of the police. Unless it's used for trial purposes or requested from the parties involved in the photo, outsiders can't get these photos." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said dryly, "The man in the photo is my father. As the biological daughter of the man in the photo, I think I have the right to ask the police for this photo and its negatives." Lu Onping's eyes flickered as he thought to himself that he hadn't even set the trap, and this lawyer Gu had already dug into it. Of course he knew that Gu Nianji's biological father was Gu Xiangwen, and her biological mother was Qin Yaoguang. Lu Onping placed his hand on the laptop and smiled faintly. "Lawyer Gu reminded me that your biological father, Gu Xiangwen, is an important suspect in this case, and your biological mother is the defendant in this case. Yet, you're appearing in court as the prosecution's lawyer. Isn't your client worried that your professional performance will be affected because of your family's interests? If I were you, I'd take the initiative to recuse myself and not be the prosecution lawyer in this case." As he spoke, he turned to face the court and said, "I request the court to reconsider the reasonableness of Lawyer Gu as the prosecution's lawyer, taking into account the principles of justice and fairness of the law, and to disqualify Lawyer Gu from appearing in court to defend this case." Lu Onping's words stunned everyone inside and outside the courtroom. This move was ruthless. He was going to take drastic measures and completely kick Gu Nianji out of the case. Even if he didn't kick her out, it would damage her credibility and reduce the effect of her court defense by at least 30%. Old Master Qin laughed. This money was really not spent in vain. The best criminal defense lawyer in the entire imperial capital was Lu Onping. He had more than 30 years of practice experience, and his success rate in criminal proceedings was 95%. Excluding those unrealistic and intentional percentages of success, this success rate was in fact the highest success rate. This was because he had taken all the cases he could and had never deliberately not taken cases that he was not confident in for the sake of winning. It was because he had given his all to every case that he had been able to reach his current level. Qin Yaoguang also revealed a funny expression and glanced at Gu Nianji lightly. "Alright, let's see how glib your tongue is this time." Would she dare to tell everyone inside and outside the courtroom that she wasn't her biological daughter? Would she dare to do a paternity test in front of the whole world? Besides, why should she be the scapegoat for something she didn't do? Gu Nianji's expression didn't change as she said casually, "Lawyer Lu, first of all, our country's law doesn't have a lawyer challenge system. As long as I abide by the law and defend in court according to the law, what right do you have to ask the law to consider my qualifications as the prosecution's lawyer in this case? Secondly, as for the two important suspects in this case, one is Gu Xiangwen, my father, and the other is Qin Yaoguang. Everyone knows that she's my mother. The important point of my defense for the prosecution is that I think Qin Yaoguang is the real murderer, and Gu Xiangwen isn't. So to me, there's no such thing as ignoring the principles of justice and fairness of the law just because of family." The boiling emotions inside and outside the courtroom suddenly quieted down because of Gu Nianji's words. It was as if a cup of cold water had suddenly been added to a boiling pot of boiling water. There was only time for a sizzling sound and a few wisps of white steam to rise. Lu Onping's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a half-smile, "That's right, why did Lawyer Gu prove that your mother murdered Lawyer Qin Suwen and not your father? Wasn't it because you held a grudge against your mother's strict discipline since you were young? Lawyer Gu, you don't look very old, so don't be so vengeful." His words were full of needles, and he began to belittle Gu Nianji's character. Gu Nianji was waiting for Lu Onping to say this. She smiled and said, "That's right. Why do I have to prove that my mother murdered Lawyer Qin Suwen and not my father? Even though my father is already wanted, has been accused, and has died in a car accident in front of everyone's eyes. Why?" "Thank you, the defendant's lawyer, for asking this very good question." Lu Onping's expression changed. He thought to himself that this was bad. He was afraid that he had fallen into Gu Nianji's trap. However, he quickly recovered and closed his laptop. He gestured for the technicians in the courtroom to turn on the lights again and looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't give him time to refute and had already begun to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I think there's a saying that everyone is familiar with. It's not necessarily a prince who rides a white horse, and it's not necessarily an angel who has wings. Similarly, the person who appears at the crime scene isn't necessarily the murderer. Just because my father, Gu Xiangwen, was the last person to see Lawyer Qin Suwen, you said that he was the murderer who murdered Lawyer Qin Suwen. May I ask, defense lawyer, what's your basic logic? Have you forgotten the three basic elements of a murder case? A murder case, which is also an intentional murder case, has three basic elements: motive, timing, and means. All three are indispensable. My father only has one element of timing among these three elements, but he only appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. He didn't have any motive or means to commit the crime. Qin Yaoguang is different. She has the motive and means to commit the crime, but she might not have the timing. Because as the defendant's lawyer said at the time, she wasn't in the country at the time, so she didn't have the opportunity to commit the crime. But no matter what, you don't suspect a person who has two of the three basic elements of a crime, but you insist on suspecting a pitiful person who only has one basic element. May I ask what your intentions are? How much money did the Qin family give you to ignore your legal justice and conscience to defend a scumbag like Qin Yaoguang? As soon as Gu Nianji finished speaking, there was a buzz of whispers in the courtroom. Lu Jin placed his hand on his heart and whispered, "Finally, someone knows that I'm pitiful, weak, pitiful, and helpless." Lu Yuan, who was sitting next to him, pursed his lips and couldn't be bothered with him. As long as Lu Jin didn't act rashly, Lu Yuan wouldn't care about him. At this moment, the direction of public opinion on the internet changed again. The people on Gu Nianji's side began to become active. Lawyer Gu is amazing. She actually thought of using the 3 elements of murder to defend herself. 2-1, Qin Yaoguang is more suspicious. There's nothing wrong with that. Upstairs +1. I didn't expect Gu Nianji to be such a great lawyer. It's only her second trial, and she's already on par with an old fox like Lu Onping. Upstairs, the He family is the most powerful, right? They actually handed such an important case to a rookie like Gu Nianji. It's not easy. This is the relationship between Bo Lo and the best horse. The He family is Bo Lo and has a good eye for talent. The people who supported Qin Yaoguang were very angry, but they didn't know how to retaliate against these people who supported Gu Nianji. It was only then that Lu Onping truly took Gu Nianji seriously as an opponent. He stood up straight and looked in Gu Nianji's direction. He said politely, "I want to correct what the prosecution lawyer said just now. Yes, the 3 basic elements of a murder case are motive, timing, and means. But Gu Xiangguan definitely didn't only have timing as the basic element. He also had a motive and means, but I didn't have time to unfold them." Why did it become like he didn't have a motive and means when it came to the prosecution lawyer? Don't tell me that you can pretend that it doesn't exist just because you haven't given a reason. As Lu Onping spoke, his deep gaze swept across everyone in the courtroom. Gu Nianji smiled faintly. "Then I'd like to hear the details. May I ask what motive and means Gu Xiangguan has to kill lawyer Qin Suwen? Does he hate lawyer Qin Suwen for stealing his fiancée, or does he hate lawyer Qin Suwen for being her chief healthcare doctor and being able to prescribe her medicine? If you tell me, I think everyone in and out of the courtroom who cares about this case will be willing to listen, right?" This is today's second update, Chapter 1877, Mutual Trap. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS, Editor, today is Chinese Valentine's Day. Giving a gift to a character will have double the heartbeat value. What's heartbeat value? I don't understand at all, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1889. Lu Onping narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Gu Nianji was being sarcastic, wasn't she? Why would Qin Suwen steal Gu Xiangguan's fiancée? Qin Suwen was the one who stole Qin Yaoguang's fiancée, therefore, Qin Yaoguang had a motive to commit the crime, but Gu Xiangguan didn't. However, Gu Nianji probably only knew one side and not the other. Lu Onping hadn't been idle for the past month. He only slept 2 or 3 hours a day and worked hard with his team of more than a dozen people. They studied the prosecution's complaint and prepared all kinds of materials and evidence. They had conducted more than a dozen court debates and deductions alone. However, he had to admit that although they had practiced so many times in court, they had still underestimated Gu Nianji's ability. She was several times better than the imaginary enemy they had set up in the rehearsal. Lu Onping smiled at Gu Nianji's smiling face. Gu Xiangguan is the biological father of the prosecution's lawyer. Don't you know your father? Gu Nianji shrugged. Please get to the point as soon as possible and tell us what motive Gu Xiangguan had for murdering Qin Suwen. Lu Onping nodded. This question is very simple. He walked to the open space in the middle of the courtroom and turned to face everyone. He raised his arms as if he was giving a speech and said, "People who are old still remember that more than 20 years ago, there was a great debate in our country. The topic was about human genetic experiments. At that time, the world's genetic science was flourishing. The birth of Dolly the sheep gave scientists the illusion that they had become God and could replicate and cultivate life without limit. At that time, my client, Qin Yaoguang, proposed the gene editing technology, which caused the voices of human embryo genetic experiments to become louder. Many scientists had even begun to conduct secret experiments in private. At that time, lawyer Qin Suwen stood up and firmly opposed this kind of overly radical human embryo experiments. She proposed that the parliament pass a law to prohibit scientists from conducting human embryo experiments on others. When Lu Onping mentioned that science and ethics discussion back then, everyone in their 40s and 50s inside and outside the courtroom had an impression of it. The younger generation had only seen the hot topic of the past on the internet. When they heard lawyer Lu Onping mention this topic, they immediately started searching the internet. Hashtag human embryo experiments, hashtag gene editor, hashtag genes and ethics, hashtag. The number of searches related to it skyrocketed. The heated discussion back then was an eye-opener for the younger generation. At the same time, they had a deeper understanding of lawyer Qin Suwen, who had pushed for the legislation and initiated the discussion on science and ethics. Lawyer Qin Suwen is really amazing. This is the model of our generation of legal professionals. That's not all. Not only has she never lost in court, but she also insists on free legal aid. No way. Qin Suwen, someone of your stature would also do free legal aid. In the heated discussion on social media, Qin Suwen's image became more and more distinct. Everyone eagerly searched for every bit of information about Qin Suwen. They admired her more and more, and were also full of sympathy for the unfortunate experience she had when she was young. They were even more indignant towards the murderer who caused her sudden death, no matter who it was. In the beginning, everyone thought that they were just spectating a feud between the rich and the powerful. But as the curtain slowly opened, they realized that this play was actually closely related to all of them. They realized that in the society they lived in, there used to be people like Qin Suwen, who had a strong sense of justice. They were truly kind and loving, and they had maintained the justice and fairness of society. However, why did such a good person die so early? Amidst everyone's regret and sorrow, Lu Onping slowly said. Because lawyer Qin Suwen pushed for the legislation in parliament, human embryo experiments in the scientific community were finally banned. But Lu Onping glanced at Gu Nianji. As the most outstanding scientist and the smartest scholar in the Huaxia Empire in the past 500 years, Gu Xiangwen was unwilling to be bound by this law. He wanted to do genetic experiments and human embryo experiments. He wanted to win another Nobel Prize and become a world-famous scientist. But Qin Suwen stopped him in his tracks. He thought that she was a stumbling block on his path to success. So, Gu Xiangwen used his genius mind to design a murder. In this layer of murder, he didn't make a move, but he made Qin Suwen suddenly die in front of him. And Gu Nianji pursed her lips and raised her hand lazily. Objection. The defendant's lawyer's analysis of motive is completely illogical. It's equivalent to making up stories. Please dismiss the defendant's lawyer's fiction in court and return the dignity of the law. Lu Onping blushed slightly at Gu Nianji's words, but he still said politely, Lawyer Lu, please be careful with your words. May I ask what's illogical about our motive analysis? Gu Nianji stood up and picked up a file. She walked to the center of the courtroom and stood opposite Lu Onping. She said, Lawyer Lu, you mean that Gu Xiangwen wanted to kill Qin Suwen because of the law that prohibits scientists from conducting human embryo genetic experiments on others, right? Lu Onping pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose and nodded. Yes. But Gu Nianji didn't allow him to continue and immediately said, but most people know that the reason a law becomes a law is because the Senate voted to pass it. To abolish a law, one only needs to pass the Senate. What's the use of killing lawyer Qin Suwen? Could it be that if she dies, this law will automatically be abolished? Gu Nianji spread her hands and turned to face the public gallery in the courtroom. She said mockingly. The defendant's lawyer just praised Gu Xiangwen for being the best scientist and the smartest scholar in the Huaxia Empire in the past 500 years. The smartest scholar, in order to abolish a law, came up with such a thing. Are you too arrogant, or are you looking down on our intelligence? Everyone in the courtroom burst into laughter, especially Lu Jin, who laughed the loudest and most exaggerated. Gu Nianji couldn't help glancing at him warningly. Lu Jin felt Gu Nianji's cold gaze in the crowd. He shrunk his neck and almost slipped under his seat. Lu Onping waited for everyone to stop laughing before saying calmly, "It's not that I'm too arrogant, and it's not that I can't see everyone's intelligence. It's that the brain circuits of a genius are not something that you and I can understand." As he spoke, Lu Onping walked back to his seat and took out a document from the file. He handed it to Gu Nianji and said, "Lawyer Gu, take a look for yourself. Doesn't Gu Xiangwen have a bone-deep hatred for Qin Suwen?" Gu Nianji looked down at the document that Lu Onping had handed over. It was a piece of molded A4 paper with 4 comics drawn on it. From top to bottom, the first picture was a car on fire. In the raging fire stood a man. There was an arrow above the man's head, and the arrow was connected to a dialogue box with the words Gu Xiangwen written on it. The second picture was a scene in a hospital. A girl was lying on the operating table, and 4 or 5 doctors wearing masks were operating on her. The girl's eyes were open, and her face was terrifying and ferocious. However, her eyes were calm and clear, like Lake Namso reflecting the blue sky in September. There was an arrow above the girl's head pointing at her. Behind the arrow was a dialogue box with the words Qin Suwen written on it. The third picture was still a hospital, but the hospital bed here was a little more dilapidated. It wasn't as exquisite and luxurious as the hospital bed in the second picture. The girl was lying on the hospital bed, and a sneaky black figure was trying to inject medicine into her infusion bottle. There was also an arrow above the girl's head pointing at her. The dialogue box behind the arrow was still the words Qin Suwen. The fourth picture was also a car on fire. Just like the first picture, inside the car, a girl was burning in the fire, and there were 2 figures hugging her tightly in front and behind her. There was also an arrow box with the words Qin Suwen above the girl's head. Also, the words Qin Suwen were densely written on all the empty spaces on the paper. There were arrows piercing through the heart. It made people feel like they were suffering from trypophobia. Then, on the 4 corners of the paper, there were 4 thick black characters. When they were connected, they read life, life, death, death. It was supposed to be a very interesting and romantic comic, and it also carried Gu Xiangwen's secret feelings for Qin Suwen. However, because of the densely packed names that were pierced through the heart by arrows, and the 4 words life, life, death, death, in the 4 corners, it became strange and dark. It was like a patient with mental illness drawing his most terrifying dream to a psychiatrist. Gu Nianji couldn't even laugh. Where did this come from? She looked up and asked Lu Onping expressionlessly, "Lawyer Lu, what's going on?" "This is the information I obtained from my client." Lu Onping put his hands in his trouser pockets and said calmly, "Gu Xiangwen and my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, used to run a biomedical laboratory together. This is what he left in the laboratory desk." After Gu Xiangwen absconded, the police searched his residence and office many times. However, this plastic painting was placed in a large volume of original English information, and the police didn't find it. Gu Nianji replied with an "oh," and looked at Qin Yaoguang meaningfully. "Your client, Qin Yaoguang, found something that even the police didn't find. I'm afraid she searched Gu Xiangwen's office before the police did, right? After all, she's always coveted Gu Xiangwen's research results." Objection. Lu Onping's voice turned cold. "Lawyer Gu, please don't use unfounded reasoning to guess my client's character." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Your client's character really doesn't need me to guess. She knows what she's done." Lu Onping ignored Gu Nianji and raised his hand to show the dark-style comic to the people inside and outside the courtroom. Everyone, please take a look. Gu Xiangwen's drawing has been drawn for at least 10 years. On it, he drew several scenes, which reflect his subconscious. He had wanted Qin Suwen to die for almost 10 years. In the end, he couldn't continue to control the devil in his heart, so on that day, he tried to contact lawyer Qin Suwen and said that he had something important to discuss with her, Gu Nianji. F***ck his subconscious. F***ck he had wanted Qin Suwen to die for more than 10 years. However, the biggest culprit behind all this misunderstanding was her dear father, Lu Gu Xiangwen Jin. Gu Nianji couldn't control herself. She turned around and glared at Lu Jin, who was sitting in the gallery. She really had to give it to him. He could even draw an infatuated confession comic in a terrifying dark style. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1878, The Late Confession. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. There would be a second update at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1890. Lu Onping continued, such a terrifying picture shows the perverted mentality of a genius scientist like Gu Xiangwen. Everyone knows that geniuses are especially outstanding in a certain aspect, but it also means that they are immature in their minds and emotions. Gu Nianji turned around abruptly. She didn't have time to retract her angry gaze. She looked at Lu Onping coldly and said word by word, objection. In order to achieve his own goal of framing, the defendant's lawyer has no basis to slander geniuses and used illusory mind and emotions to replace theoretical analysis and legal logic. She walked forward and was less than a meter away from Lu Onping. Her expression was as cold as ice. Lawyer Lu, geniuses aren't monsters. They're human beings. They have higher intelligence, more perfect emotions, and purer minds than ordinary people like you and me. You can save your personal attacks. Without geniuses, we humans are still eating raw meat and drinking blood. Without geniuses, many diseases and infectious diseases have yet to be conquered, and the average human life expectancy will be less than 30 years old. Gu Nianji looked Lu Onping up and down and said harshly, and you, Lawyer Lu, without geniuses, you wouldn't have lived to your current age. You would have died of old age. What right do you have to slander geniuses? What right do you have to kill all geniuses with one blow? Geniuses are all immature in their minds and emotions. Can they be more despicable and cunning than you, Lawyer Lu, who is mentally and emotionally mature? Gu Nianji clenched her fists. Lu Onping's description of geniuses had hurt Gu Nianji, so she attacked Lu Onping with all her might. No matter how bad her father was, it wasn't his place to criticize someone who defended Qin Yaguang. Lu Onping was also shocked by Gu Nianji's reaction. After a while, he said angrily, objection. The prosecution lawyer is suspected of personally attacking me. The judge's lips twitched. Lawyers on both sides, please control your emotions and words. The defense lawyer, please don't generalize, and the prosecution lawyer, please don't personally attack the defense lawyer. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and came back to her senses. She shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. If the defense lawyer can't stand this, then please don't do to others what you don't want them to do to you. Even though Lu Onping was experienced and astute, after arguing in court for so long, he still blushed and nodded stiffly. Gu Nianji snatched the terrifying and dark, murderous, idiot, white diagram from Lu Onping's hand and turned to face the people inside and outside the courtroom. His gaze lingered in Lu Jin's direction for a moment. Lu Jin's eyes were already brimming with tears. He quickly looked up at the huge oval LED suction cup lamp on the ceiling of the courtroom to stop his tears from falling. In fact, he didn't care what others said about him because his mentality was strong enough to block out all negative comments about him. But that didn't mean he didn't care if someone protected him. No, he cared a lot. People like Lu Jin, who had interpersonal disorders, cared about this more than most people. They just wouldn't say it out loud, but they would remember everyone who stood up for them, and then use their own way to thank these people who stood up for them. Not to mention that the person who came out to protect him this time was his most beloved daughter, the daughter he felt extremely guilty about. Lu Jin thought that if he wasn't worried about Qin Yaoguang, he would have stood up and told the truth. But if he said it, Gu Nianji would be the one who would be hurt the most. Lu Jin closed his eyes and tried to control his emotions. It wasn't that he couldn't control it, it was just that there was no need to control it before. Gu Nianji glanced at Lu Jin's high head, and the corners of her mouth twitched imperceptibly. Looking away, Gu Nianji raised the picture that Lu Onping had used as evidence. Her voice was clear and slow as she said, "Ladies and gentlemen, when you first saw this picture, I can understand, but you all felt a little uncomfortable. Because it was drawn with an oily black mark. Black is already oppressive, not to mention that this picture doesn't leave any white space at all. It fills up the gaps on the paper. But no matter how oppressive it is, it can't prove that Gu Xiangwen wanted to kill Qin Suwen. Because what it says isn't that Gu Xiangwen wanted to kill Qin Suwen at all." Gu Nianji looked at old Master Qin, who was sitting upright in the gallery, and said expressionlessly, "What it says is that someone wanted to kill lawyer Qin Suwen. Ever since lawyer Qin Suwen's family got into a car accident when she was a teenager, someone wanted to kill her. They wanted to kill their entire family." Gu Nianji's words shocked everyone. More than 100 people in the courtroom stared at Gu Nianji with their mouths agape. On the social media outside the courtroom, on the online forums, and on the bullet screen of the live stream, there was a series of "What did they just hear?" A murder case from 12 years ago involved an even bigger murder case from more than 40 years ago. What kind of grudge? If what lawyer Gu said is true, then someone wants to exterminate lawyer Qin Suwen's family. What's even more terrifying is that after decades, they succeeded in exterminating her family. Long Di Dong, big case. Big case. Fight. Fight. On the internet outside the courtroom, there was already a new round of building frenzy, bullet screen frenzy, and repost comments frenzy. The people in the courtroom, even the presiding judge and the clerk on the bench, began to talk to each other, and the buzz was endless. Old Master Qin's face was expressionless. He even snorted disdainfully, ridiculous. Qin Yaoguang wasn't that shrewd, and her eyes were already filled with panic and fear. Gu Nianji smiled at the two of them, revealing her snow-white teeth. Her smile was so charming and lively, but in the eyes of old Master Qin and Qin Yaoguang, it was like a little beast baring its fangs. It would soon pounce on them and tear them into pieces. Gu Nianji shook the murder motive map in her hand and said loudly, "The three elements to prove a murder case are motive, timing, and means. But for Gu Xiangwen, apart from the timing, none of the other 2 points are valid. He's not a Frankenstein, Lu Yuan. He's not mentally and emotionally immature either. Lu Jin, oh, oh, he's a genius scientist with a very strong sense of justice and a high IQ that makes his enemies fear him. He's made great contributions to our country, so we can't tolerate you rascals slandering him. Lu Onping rascal." The three elements to defend a murder case were to prove that motive, timing, and means were not valid. To Gu Xiangwen, timing was impossible to argue with. Therefore, Gu Nianji would focus on proving that motive and means were not valid. To prove that motive and means were not valid, she had to prove that for the defendant in this case, Qin Yaoguang, both motive and means were valid. When motive and means were established, Qin Yaoguang's alibi would become evidence of her ulterior motives and deliberate murder. At this moment, Gu Nianji didn't know what kind of situation she was about to enter. She just didn't want to let Qin Yaoguang off, and even more so, she didn't want to let the Qin family and old Master Qin, the culprit. Qin Bei was scheming and had always been very cautious. Moreover, after so many years, he had long since cleared his name. However, the only thing he couldn't clear his name was Qin Suwen. Because not only did Qin Suwen survive, but she also married He Qingjian and gave birth to He Jichu. With these two people around, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Bei to prove that he had nothing to do with Qin Suwen's family's tragedy. Gu Nianji didn't mind giving him a hard push. For a person like Qin Bei, the saying, "an old man who doesn't die is a thief," was the most suitable for him. Lu Onping's head was buzzing, and for a moment, he couldn't think. The first time he saw this picture, he felt very depressed and almost didn't want to look at it a second time. He had never thought that the content of this picture would be so rich. He composed himself and met old Master Qin's cold gaze from the spectator seats. He quickly raised his hand and said loudly, "Objection." The prosecution lawyer used overly emotional words to divert attention and asked the prosecution lawyer to focus on the defense of the case. The judge picked up the gavel and knocked it. Silence. Then he said to Gu Nianji, "Prosecution lawyer, please watch your words. Don't get involved in anything unrelated to the case." Gu Nianji held the picture and showed it to everyone. She said, "Your Honor, I didn't get involved in anything unrelated to the case." She raised her hand and patted Lu Onping on the shoulder. "I want to thank the defense lawyer for getting this picture from his client. This is the best circumstantial evidence to prove that lawyer Qin Suwen was murdered. Because this murder started when lawyer Qin Suwen was 8 years old, and it didn't officially end until more than 30 years later, on the day of her death. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1879, Fight. Fight. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1891. The two lawyers stood in the middle of the courtroom with their sides facing the public gallery. Gu Nianji simply held the cartoon and walked down. She walked around the public gallery and showed it to everyone before walking back to the middle of the courtroom. Lu Onping was a little disdainful of Gu Nianji's sensationalism, but he didn't show it. When Gu Nianji stood still, Lu Onping said, "Lawyer Gu, are you sure that the murder against lawyer Qin Suwen started when she was 8 years old and didn't stop until the day she died?" Gu Nianji nodded. "That's right." Lu Onping chuckled. "That's good. This proves that my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, wasn't the murderer who murdered lawyer Qin Suwen." He turned to face the judge and said loudly, "When lawyer Qin Suwen was 8 years old, Miss Qin Yaoguang was only 9 years old. If the murder really started then it has nothing to do with my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang. I once again request the court to invalidate this case and not pursue my client's responsibility and trouble." Gu Nianji raised her hand and tapped Lu Onping's shoulder again. She said crisply, "Lawyer Lu, who said a 9-year-old can't participate in murder? Aren't you being too prejudiced by what you're saying?" Lu Onping turned to look at her. He really felt that Gu Nianji was being unreasonable. He frowned and said, "Even if a 9-year-old can participate in murder, according to our country's criminal law, minors under the age of 14 don't have to bear any criminal responsibility no matter what they commit. So, Your Honor, can this case be cancelled?" Gu Nianji smiled. "Lawyer Lu has been trying to cancel this case, but unfortunately, the facts are not satisfactory." Before the judge could make a judgment, Gu Nianji quickly said, "Your Honor, people under the age of 14 don't have to bear criminal responsibility for committing a crime, but what about after they reach adulthood?" She took a step forward and almost pressed Lu Onping's face. "Lawyer Lu, don't forget that I just said that this murder took more than 30 years. Qin Yaoguang is already an adult. Are you saying that she can't bear legal responsibility? Who made the law? You." Lu Onping frowned and took a step back. He said unhappily, "Lawyer Gu, what you're saying is that my client started planning the murder when she was 9 years old, and it took more than 30 years for the murder to succeed? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled. "I don't think so." Then, he praised Lu Onping, as expected of a great lawyer. "You saw through the truth of this case with just one look." Lu Onping chuckled. "Lawyer Gu, I didn't mean that. From the beginning to the end, I don't think my client has anything to do with Qin Suan's death." "You really didn't?" Gu Nianji waved the dark comic she had snatched from Lu Onping in front of him. "But look, how do you explain this?" Lu Onping took another step back and pursed his lips, not saying another word. Gu Nianji turned to face the people in the gallery and the camera by the wall. She said calmly, "I just proved that Qin Yaoguang had the motive to murder lawyer Qin Suan. Now, let's talk about how Qin Yaoguang murdered lawyer Qin Suan. In other words, how did she kill lawyer Qin Suan?" After a pause, Gu Nianji walked back to her plaintiff stand. She turned on her laptop and connected it to the projector in the courtroom. She projected a forensic report and a doctor's diagnosis report onto the white projection screen. The court technician immediately dimmed the lights in the courtroom a little, but it didn't turn completely dark like before. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the two reports on the white projection screen. Gu Nianji pointed at the forensic report and said, "This shows that lawyer Qin Suan died suddenly because of a heart problem." And the doctor's diagnosis report next to it was made when lawyer Qin Suan was young. It proves that she had congenital heart disease. According to the information I found, congenital heart disease is related to heredity and is determined by genes. People with congenital heart disease will have it in their families. As Gu Nianji spoke, she clicked the mouse again and changed the other two medical reports and doctor's certificates. "I have two more pieces of evidence here. They were provided by lawyer Qin Suan's two nephews, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining." Gu Nianji glanced in the direction where Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining were sitting and nodded at them. Lu Onping also took a look and recognized Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining. As Qin Yaoguang's defense lawyer, he had a thorough understanding of the people and things related to Qin Suan. Of course, he had also investigated Qin Suan's family. "Everyone, please take a look. In these two diagnoses that have just been made, it proves that Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining do not have congenital heart disease. Moreover, their DNA tests also prove that they do not have this gene. So, may I ask, where did lawyer Qin Suan's congenital heart disease come from?" Gu Nianji put one hand behind her back and walked up to Qin Yaoguang. She looked at her with a smile and said, "Miss Qin Yaoguang, as a scientist in biological genetic medicine, can you explain to us why Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining don't have the gene for congenital heart disease?" Perhaps it was because Lu Onping had always had the upper hand, but Qin Yaoguang didn't get angry. She maintained her poise and didn't immediately answer Gu Nianji's question. Instead, she looked at her defense lawyer, Lu Onping. Lu Onping walked over and reached out his hand. He gently knocked on the dock twice and said to Gu Nianji, "Lawyer Gu, my client doesn't need to answer this question. I've already invited an expert witness. He's a world-renowned heart surgeon and has absolute authority in the field of congenital heart disease. He can answer your question." "Oh." Gu Nianji deliberately put on a confident look. She tilted her head and said proudly, "Then can I trouble your expert witness to explain?" Lu Onping immediately applied to the court for the expert witness to appear in court. His witness list had been submitted to the court a long time ago, and all the formalities had been completed. Therefore, the judge quickly agreed to his application and had the expert witness waiting in the next room brought in. The expert witness who came in with the bailiff was a middle-aged man about the same age as Lu Onping. He was very tall and looked very muscular and fit. It was obvious that he worked out regularly. He wore a light gray thin wool suit and a silver gray striped tie. He stood at the witness stand and followed the bailiff to read the witness oath before sitting down. After the judge verified his identity, he said, "Dr. the prosecution lawyer has a question about congenital heart disease. I hope you can answer it from an academic perspective." Dr. nodded. "Your Honor, I'll do my best to answer the prosecution lawyer's question." Gu Nianji nodded at him with a smile and repeated the question she'd asked earlier. Lu Onping also introduced the background of the question. The prosecution lawyer just said that congenital heart disease is determined by genes, or in other words, heredity. Therefore, she started with lawyer Qin Suwen's family and proved that her family didn't have the genes for congenital heart disease. Therefore, she proved that lawyer Qin Suwen didn't have congenital heart disease. Therefore, the cause of her death is worth discussing. Gu Nianji nodded and almost applauded him. Lawyer Lu summed it up well. "That's exactly what I meant." Lu Onping was speechless. He felt like something wasn't right, but he knew that his logic and common sense were impeccable. Dr. Chen solemnly took out a document from his briefcase and retorted, "The premise of what the prosecution lawyer just said about congenital heart disease is wrong. This is an authoritative medical article on congenital heart disease. It proves that there are many causes of congenital heart disease, and genes, or hereditary factors, actually only account for 8% of congenital heart disease. And 92% of congenital heart disease is caused by environmental factors. Especially when a woman is affected to a certain extent during pregnancy, especially during the critical period of the fetal heart development, it can also cause congenital heart disease in the fetus." Gu Nianji pretended to be shocked and interrupted, "No way. External factors can cause congenital heart disease in the fetus." "Dr. Chen, what external factors can cause congenital heart disease? Can you tell us about it?" Dr. Chen said professionally, "The early period of heart development in the fetus is very critical. If the mother takes inappropriate drugs at this time, or is infected with a virus, or is exposed to environmental pollution or radiation, it can seriously affect the development of the fetus heart and greatly increase the possibility of congenital heart disease in the fetus." Gu Nianji exclaimed in a professional manner, "Virus? Virus infection can also cause congenital heart disease in the fetus. This has completely overturned my understanding of congenital heart disease. I thought it was caused by genes, or heredity." Dr. Chen smiled gently. "No, your understanding is wrong. Most congenital heart disease has nothing to do with heredity. The influence of the virus is indeed greater. If the mother is infected with the rubella virus in the first 3 months of pregnancy, there is a 90% chance that the fetus will suffer from congenital heart disease." Lu Onping interrupted and said, "Our expert witness has already confirmed that most congenital heart disease has nothing to do with heredity, so even if lawyer Gu proves that Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining don't have the genes for congenital heart disease, it doesn't prove that lawyer Qin Suwen doesn't have congenital heart disease. In that case, lawyer Qin Suwen suddenly had a congenital heart disease, which caused her sudden death. It still has nothing to do with my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang." Gu Nianji glanced at him with a smile and didn't answer him. Instead, she continued to question the expert witness. "Then what you're saying is that after the mother is infected by the virus is transmitted to the fetus through the placenta, and blood, which causes the fetus to get sick, right?" Dr. Chen nodded. "That's right. The fetus must be infected by the virus to get sick." Gu Nianji immediately asked, "That means that the virus is the one that causes a person to get sick. It has nothing to do with its transmission channel. As long as the human body is infected by the virus, regardless of whether it's acquired in the mother or after birth, it will get sick, right?" Dr. Chen hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "In theory, that's the case." Gu Nianji immediately asked, "Then if someone injected the virus directly into a person's body, would it also cause that person to have the same congenital heart disease symptoms?" Lu Onping's expression darkened. He finally understood where Gu Nianji was going to start. This is the first night watch of the day, Chapter 1880, Causes of Death. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. There will be a second night watch at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1892. Dr. Tsen, the expert witness invited by Lu Onping, replied seriously, "In theory, it's possible, but it's too difficult to do so. Also, as far as I know, this virus has never appeared before." Why? Gu Nianji didn't interrupt Dr. Tsen's narration and continued to ask questions. The reason is very simple. If you were infected by the virus during the fetal period, you would have symptoms of heart underdevelopment. This is congenital heart disease. And if you were infected after birth, your organs would have already fully developed. How could you have symptoms of heart underdevelopment? Could it be that a fully developed organ can grow in reverse? Dr. Tsen laughed in what he thought was humor. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, seemed to have been enlightened. She suddenly understood many key points that she didn't know very well. When she stood in court, her court defense strategy was the route of, if you want to take, you must first give. It seemed like she was in a disadvantageous position. The flawed evidence and arguments that she released were repeatedly refuted by the other party, but she advanced step by step and found her advantage from the other party's repeated refutations. She dealt a heavy blow to the other party. Her eyes flashed as she said, "Then what if there was such a virus? Would it be possible to have such symptoms?" Dr. Tsen was a very professional person. He didn't force himself to be authoritative in a field he didn't understand. Instead, he said very modestly, "This belongs to the field of genetics. I don't know much about it, so I can't answer." Lu Onping quickly continued, "So in reality, it's impossible. Lawyer Gu, please don't be delusional. Exhausting it in theory has no practical meaning for our case." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her right index finger. No. Lawyer Lu, for other cases, I can say that exhausting it in theory has no practical meaning for this case. Then, she pointed at Qin Yaoguang. But don't forget, what is the identity of your client, Miss Qin Yaoguang? She's an internationally renowned brain surgeon, a biomedical genetic expert, and the first person to propose gene editing in the world. How can you say that things related to genetics have no practical meaning for this case? As Gu Nianji spoke, she glanced at He Zhichu and He Qingjian, who were sitting in the gallery. As expected, the two of them were more focused and nervous than the others. Because they were Qin Suwen's family, and they were the real parties involved. Although Gu Nianji hadn't finished speaking, they had already realized the importance of it and sat up straight in unison. Both of them had been in the army for many years. Their sitting postures were completely different from ordinary people, so it was easy to tell them apart. Lu Onping's back began to sweat, but he remained calm and collected on the surface. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a calm and composed manner, "That's even more off the mark. My client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, is indeed an internationally renowned biomedical genetic expert. She is even one step away from winning the Nobel Prize in biology. But don't forget, she's almost the same age as Madame Qin Suwen. Don't tell me that Madame Qin Yaoguang is talented and can do genetic research since she was young." This was indeed a problem. However, it wasn't a problem for Gu Nianji. Because her goal had never been Qin Yaoguang alone. Qin Yaoguang was just a cover. She wanted to use her to pull out another person even if she lost the case. Well said, Lawyer Lu. Gu Nianji immediately applauded Lu Onping. Lu Onping's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was definitely not a good thing for him to be applauded and praised by the opposing lawyer in court. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Onping's dark face in amusement and said further, Madam Qin Yaoguang is indeed the same age as lawyer Qin Suan, so Madam Qin Yaoguang isn't the only murderer in this murder case that started when lawyer Qin Suan was 8 years old. Lu Onping came back to his senses and quickly said, but Madam Qin Yaoguang is the only defendant in our case. If there's anyone else, we have to find out if that person is Madam Qin Yaoguang's accomplice or the mastermind of this case. Gu Nianji's expression turned cold. Lawyer Lu, don't forget that although the defendant in this case is Qin Yaoguang, the purpose of this case is to find the real murderer for lawyer Qin Suan's death. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Lu Onping said loudly, Your Honor, I ask the court to prohibit the prosecution's lawyer from continuing to talk about people or things that have nothing to do with this case. The judge folded his hands on the file in front of him and sighed softly. He raised his hand and said, Lawyer for the prosecution, please be careful not to be too distracted. If the murderer in this case is someone else, we can choose a later date to retry the case. Gu Nianji shook her head. Your Honor, I'll soon be able to prove that Qin Yaoguang is definitely one of the murderers. I can't say that the murderer is someone else. The judge pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Then please continue to produce evidence to prove your point. Gu Nianji nodded in agreement and immediately asked Lu Onping, Just now, you and your expert witness proved that Madam Qin Suan did have congenital heart disease, and this congenital heart disease was not inherited, but because of other factors. Madam Qin Suan had the disease when she was still a fetus, right? Lu Onping hesitated for a moment. If he said no, then Gu Nianji would be able to prove that Qin Suan's congenital heart disease had been acquired after birth. In other words, there was a virus that could cause a person to get sick after birth. But Dr. Tsin had also said that this was only a theoretical possibility. In fact, there was no such virus, and whether organs could grow in reverse belonged to the field of genetics. Although Dr. Tsin didn't elaborate, Lu Onping knew that Dr. Tsin was just being cautious. He wouldn't give any authoritative testimony in court if it wasn't in his field of expertise. But in reality, this was no different from denying it. Lu Onping composed himself and nodded. Yes, since there's no problem with the Qin family's genes, then something must have happened to Madam Qin Suan's mother when she was pregnant. She might have been infected with the rubella virus, or there might have been an accident, environmental pollution, or radiation. Gu Nianji spread her hands and said regretfully, but unfortunately, lawyer Qin Suan's mother died in a car accident when she was 8 years old. She was burned to death. In that case, we don't seem to be able to prove when Madam Qin Suan got sick with congenital heart disease. Lu Onping's brows were tightly furrowed. His regular facial features showed a very stern expression. He looked like a political science dean in a school or an instructor in the army. He said in a low voice, Do we still need to prove this? Madam Qin Suan must have gotten sick when she was still a fetus. I thought we had already reached a consensus. I didn't reach a consensus with you. Gu Nianji pointed at her head. I think the problem is very open-minded and definitely won't be limited to one set of rules. In other words, I'm very good at brain teasers. As she spoke, Gu Nianji held up Gu Xiangwen's dark comic again and showed it to everyone in court. For example, this picture. Most people look at the picture from top to bottom, but some people are used to looking from bottom to top. If this picture is looked from bottom to top, its meaning will completely change. This first picture will become a car on fire. A girl is burning in the fire, and there are two figures hugging her tightly in front and behind her. From the name in the arrow box, we know that the girl is Qin Suan. So this picture should be the scene of Qin Suan's family getting into a car accident. In other words, this happened when Qin Suan was 8 years old. And the picture of the dilapidated hospital bed becomes the second picture. In this picture, we can see Qin Suan lying on the hospital bed. A sneaky black figure is trying to inject medicine into her fore. From this sequence, the third picture is still a scene in the hospital. Chin Soo-in is lying on the operating table, and 4 or 5 doctors wearing masks are performing surgery on her. Her eyes are open, and her face is terrifying and ferocious, but her eyes are calm and clear. Gu Nyenji's voice was trembling slightly. Anyone familiar with her would be able to tell that she was trying her best to hold back her sobs. Hu Xiaoheng had been sitting not far from her and hadn't said a word from beginning to end. At this moment, he nodded slightly at her and stared at her with a gentle gaze. Gu Nyenji's tumbling emotions were completely soothed. She took a deep breath and continued, "This way, the chronology is very obvious. The first picture of the car accident is the picture of Chin Soo-in's family of 3 having an accident when she was 8 years old. The second picture is the picture of Chin Soo-in being treated for burns in the hospital after the car accident. From this, we can already see that someone wanted to harm her. Look at this sneaky black figure, it's definitely not a doctor or a nurse. What is he adding to Chin Soo-in's for?" And the third picture is the picture of Madame Chin Soo-in undergoing plastic surgery after her face was disfigured in the car accident. Gu Nyenji paused at this point, then changed the topic and looked at the expert witness, Dr. Cien, Dr. Tsin, as the leading expert in cardiac surgery. "Can you tell me how a patient with congenital heart disease should be taken care of to ensure that she can grow up to be an adult?" Dr. Tsin mused. "First of all, of course, she needs to rest quietly and not be stimulated by anything. The stimulation I'm talking about is not only mental, but also physical. Actually, for those who are congenitally weak, most of the mental stimulation comes from physical stimulation." Gu Nyenji spoke quickly. "Then do you know that when Madame Chin Soo-in had a large area of burns when she was young, it is very stimulating to the body?" Dr. Tsin, Lu Onpeng. Gu Nyenji saw their faces turn pale and did not allow them to refute, so she immediately said, "Lawyer Lu believes that Lawyer Chin Soo-in received congenital heart disease from her mother when she was still a fetus. Then how did Lawyer Chin Soo-in, who was born with congenital heart disease, survive the severe burns when she was 8 years old? Survive the recovery period after the burns? Survive the plastic surgery period after that? Dr. Tsin, as the leading expert in this field, can you explain to us how something like this that defies common sense in medicine happened?" This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1881, Defies Common Sense in Medicine. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1893. Dr. Tsin was tongue-tied by Gu Nyenji's question. He thought about it carefully before replying honestly. "If that's the case, it is indeed contradictory. However, I didn't know that Lawyer Chin Soo-in had undergone this kind of surgery when she was young. Lawyer Lu asked me to come here to answer the question about congenital heart disease. So you know now." Gu Nyenji's tone softened. "From an academic perspective, can an 8-year-old child with congenital heart disease go through such burns and plastic surgery? That depends on the specific situation." Dr. Tsin replied professionally, "It depends on the condition of the burns, the recovery period, and the extent of the plastic surgery to determine if her body can handle it." Gu Nyenji was already prepared for this. She walked back to her plaintiff's seat and took out a copy of the hospital's medical records from that year from her briefcase. She placed it in front of Dr. Tsin and said, "Then take a look at this. Can an 8-year-old patient with congenital heart disease survive such severe burns and surgery?" Dr. Tsin put on his glasses and carefully read the copy of the medical records. The data on it was shocking, and his brows gradually furrowed. Everyone in and out of the courtroom held their breaths and waited for him to announce the results. After a while, Dr. Tsin sighed and shook his head. "If this medical record is real, I really can't imagine how she survived. To be honest, even a healthy adult would have a hard time surviving such a large area of burns, let alone an 8-year-old patient with congenital heart disease. But she really survived and even recovered." Lu Onping said immediately. He even turned on his computer and connected it to the projector to put Qin Suwen's photo on it. Dr. Tsin, look, this is the photo of Qin Suwen after she grew up. Her appearance has already recovered. This shows that she did indeed survive the recovery period from the burn surgery and plastic surgery. Gu Nianji chuckled and shook her head. Recovered to its original state. Lawyer Lu, may I ask if you've seen Lawyer Qin Suwen before the car accident? Lu Onping turned to look at her and asked in confusion. Isn't this how Lawyer Qin Suwen looked before the car accident? Gu Nianji tilted her head. I'm doing this for you. After all, you just said recovered as before. I can only deduce that you've seen what Lawyer Qin Suwen looked like before she was burned. Lu Onping could only say, I've never seen Lawyer Qin Suwen before she was burned at the age of 8. I thought. Mr. Lu, we are in court, and we need evidence before we speak. Preconceived notions like, I think, are the worst. Gu Nianji interrupted Lu Onping with a smile, but her words were sharp. Lu Onping smiled sheepishly. All right, I misspoke. I can't say that Lawyer Qin Suwen has recovered, but she has indeed recovered. Look, there is not a single scar on her face. Gu Nianji nodded. Indeed, there's no scar at all, so she has indeed recovered. Dr. Tsin, is it really possible for an 8-year-old child with congenital heart disease to recover from such a large-scale burn? Dr. Tsin thought for a long time and shook his head slowly. This is indeed illogical, but what? But there might be a medical miracle, right? Gu Nianji replied in amusement. She turned around and said solemnly, but how can we pin our hopes on an illusory medical miracle? We're in court, so we need evidence to speak. If medical science doesn't support this kind of recovery, then this kind of recovery doesn't exist. Lu Onping sneered. But Lawyer Qin Suwen recovered. Not only did she recover, but she also grew up, got married, had children, and lived until she was in her 40s before passing away. Doesn't Lawyer Gu know what it means to be reasonable? Yes, to be reasonable. Gu Nianji raised her hand. Why is it reasonable? There's only one reason, and that is before Lawyer Qin Suwen got into a car accident at the age of 8, she didn't have congenital heart disease at all. That's the only reason she could survive such a serious burn recovery period, and that's the only explanation for this kind of recovery. Gu Nianji said firmly. Lawyer Lu, have you never thought that Lawyer Qin Suwen's congenital heart disease wasn't congenital? Lu Onping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he stammered. You. Don't talk nonsense. Congenital heart disease, how could it not be congenital? You'll have to ask Miss Qin Yaoguang, or her father, Mr. Qin Bei. Gu Nianji's gaze was cold as she looked at Qin Bei, who was sitting behind the dock. When Lawyer Qin Suwen was 8 years old, her family suffered a serious car accident. Her parents gave up their lives to protect her firmly in the middle and save her life. I've heard people say before that Lawyer Qin Suwen is a very strong person. She suffered such a tragedy. Both her family and her body suffered a devastating blow, but she still gritted her teeth and survived. She survived the most difficult recovery period for a burn patient, and also the recovery period for full-body plastic surgery. But after a few years in the Qin orphanage, she actually suffered from congenital heart disease. Mr. Qin Bei, do you want to explain what exactly is going on? The cameras and live broadcast equipment in the aisle by the wall of the courtroom turned their lenses at the same time and aimed at the serious-looking Qin Bei. Although his expression didn't change much, it was obvious from his slightly stiff neck that he was under a lot of pressure. However, he wasn't the defendant, nor was he a witness. He was just an unrelated bystander, so Gu Nianji couldn't force him to speak. Even if he didn't speak, Gu Nianji couldn't do anything to him. She had pointed out this matter in court for He Qingjian and He Jichu to hear. She couldn't do anything to Qin Bei, but He Qingjian and He Jichu couldn't. At this moment, He Qingjian, who was sitting in the gallery on the other side, was already staring at Qin Bei. He Jichu had already gotten up and left the courtroom with a cold expression. Gu Nianji knew that the father and son had already understood what she meant. Therefore, she only looked at Qin Bei quietly for a while before turning her gaze to Qin Yaoguang, who was sitting behind the dock with her eyes darting around. Compared to the scheming Qin Bei, Qin Yaoguang was an easier target to break through. Therefore, Gu Nianji only placed the label of murderer on Qin Yaoguang. She walked to Qin Yaoguang's dock and said, "Miss Qin Yaoguang, if your father, Mr. Qin Bei, refuses to explain, can you explain it from a genetic point of view? Can a person be born with a disease like congenital heart disease?" Qin Yaoguang's face was wooden as she said coldly, "I'm sorry, but even from a genetic point of view, I've never heard of a case of congenital heart disease after birth." "Lawyer Gu, do you have some misunderstanding about genetic science?" Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. "Miss Qin Yaoguang, your lawyer just praised you like a flower. You're the #1 person in genetic science in our country after Gu Xiangwen. But in my eyes..." She bowed forward, crossed the dock, and whispered into Qin Yaoguang's ear. "You're not even worthy of carrying my father's shoes." Qin Yaoguang suddenly raised her head to avoid Gu Nianji and said angrily, "I'm not worthy. Do you think all my achievements over the years were fake? There are so many academic articles, huge citations, and the results that our laboratory produces every year. Do you think you can erase them with just one sentence?" Gu Nianji straightened her body and put her hands behind her back. She tilted her head to look at her in amusement. "Miss Qin Yaoguang, then explain it from a genetic point of view. Can congenital diseases be acquired later in life?" "Of course," Qin Yaoguang blurted out. She then came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. "You can't. At most, it's a theoretical possibility." Gu Nianji raised her hand decisively and interrupted her. She turned to face the judge and said solemnly, "Your Honor, I would like to summon the prosecution's first expert witness." The judge nodded. "Agreed." Soon, the first expert witness summoned by Gu Nianji walked into the courtroom. This was Lu Jin's suggestion to her. The person she was looking for wasn't as famous as Qin Yaoguang, but he was very knowledgeable. Moreover, he only studied the genetic composition of congenital diseases, so he was much more reliable than the average miscellaneous expert. Gu Nianji nodded at him and said politely, "Scholar Lin, can you tell us if congenital diseases can be acquired later in life?" Scholar Lin nodded seriously. "From a genetic point of view, it's completely possible. Because congenital diseases, the root cause is during the development period of the fetus, which is when the DNA is differentiated and recombined. From an acquired point of view, we can also use the virus as a carrier to infect the patient's DNA to a certain extent. The patient's body tissues will show the same symptoms as congenital diseases." Gu Nianji smiled slightly. "In that case, if a person was born without congenital heart disease, it's entirely possible that they were infected by a virus the day after, and some kind of mutation occurred in their DNA tissue." "Yes." Scholar Lin nodded confidently. "I've done a lot of research in this area. Although our law prohibits human experiments, we can cultivate human tissues and organs. Because we want to study the genetic mutations of congenital diseases, I've done a lot of human tissue experiments in this area. Congenital heart disease is the most common research target in our laboratory." Gu Nianji pretended to be surprised and asked, "Then why?" "Because congenital heart disease is actually very common and has a high incidence, so our laboratory is actively researching treatment methods. I can tell you with certainty that the gene therapy for this disease is about to succeed. That means that congenital heart disease can be completely cured." A new uproar broke out inside and outside the courtroom. Everyone was very excited. They didn't expect the research of genetic science to have developed to this stage. Gu Nianji smiled and waited for everyone to quiet down before asking, then if a person's genes were infected by a virus and they had congenital heart disease, would this disease be hereditary? Scholar Lin thought about it for a moment and said slowly, it's hard to say, because hereditary factors only account for 8% of the incidence of congenital heart disease. However, he hesitated for a moment, but still said, however, in this case, although the probability of congenital heart disease being hereditary is very low, because this person's genes have been infected by a virus and there are mistakes and deletions, there is a high probability that this person's genes will be passed on to his descendants. Gu Nianji suddenly straightened up and turned to look at He Qingjian, who was sitting in the gallery behind the dock. She enunciated each word clearly. So if lawyer Qin Suwen's genes were infected by a virus, there is a high probability that her descendants will have a genetic defect. He Qingjian's pupils constricted. His son, He Zhichu, had been born with a genetic defect. So this was where it came from. This is today's first update, Chapter 1882, Tracing the Source. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are very important. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1894. Genetic defects could be serious or minor. Sometimes, the missing genes weren't that important. They might not show up in their entire lives, and there wouldn't be any symptoms. But sometimes, if the missing genes were important, it would have an important impact on the health of the person who was missing the genes. He Zhichu was very unfortunate. He was missing some important genes, so he had been weak and sickly since he was young. He was even diagnosed that he wouldn't live to the age of 16. However, after Qin Yaoguang proposed the gene editing treatment, she used her and Gu Xiangwen's daughter, Gu Nianji, to completely cure He Zhichu's genetic defect, allowing him to successfully live past the age of 16. He Qingjian thought of how grateful he and Qin Suwen were to Qin Yaoguang and felt that he had been blind. He glared at Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei. If his gaze could skin them, he would have skinned them to the point where only their skeletons were left. Gu Nianji glanced at He Qingjian's expression and nodded slightly. She knew that her words had worked. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the dark cameras, live broadcast equipment, and the reporters who were so excited that they wanted to see the world in chaos. She made the connection between the LoveLore group and the Qin family's orphanage. The reason why this trial was being broadcasted live to the entire world was to shut the mouths of the U.S. Congress, and also to expose their unspeakable conspiracy under the Human Rights White Paper. Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up like the morning stars. She said with a pained expression, "A while ago, the American LoveLore Corporation had a huge scandal in orphanages all over the world. That was their real goal. They used these orphans who had no parents to support them and no family to support them for human genetic experiments." This scandal was still fresh in many people's memories. Firstly, it hadn't been that long, and secondly, the LoveLore Corporation's stock price had fluctuated like a roller coaster. It was an eye-opener for people all over the world. Now that she mentioned it, many people remembered. Gu Nianji continued, "Let's talk about this case. When lawyer Qin Suwen was a teenager, she had plastic surgery after a burn. Even her genes were infected by a virus. Doesn't this seem familiar to everyone? Why? Because the Qin orphanage has had a close relationship with the LoveLore Corporation since before the founding of the People's Republic." Gu Nianji dropped this bombshell. The entire internet was in an uproar again. F***CK. It's terrifying to think about it. No way. Is the rower group's reach really that far? Hee, previous poster, you're too naive. Go look for Lorraine III yourself. What does he have to do with our country? However, Gu Nianji didn't explicitly state the relationship between Lorraine 3 and our country's open-door policy in court. She only focused on the relationship between the Lorraine group and the Qin orphanage. She connected her laptop and typed out more evidence. They were newspaper, magazine, and TV news clips from decades ago. Everyone, please take a look. Back then, among the doctors who performed plastic surgery on lawyer Qin Suen, there were 2 foreign experts. They were funded by the LoveLore Group Charity Fund. And all the funds for lawyer Qin Suen's plastic surgery after her burn were donated by the Qin orphanage. Because of this, the Qin orphanage's reputation in society was very high. When the Qin family's orphanage controlled the progress of the entire surgery, from the funds to the manpower, it goes without saying what they did to the young lawyer, Qin Suen. Gu Nianji's only regret was that there were no surveillance cameras in the operating room during that era, so there were no recordings of the surgery. Otherwise, the other party's tricks would have been exposed to the world long ago. But it wasn't too late now. With her around, even if there were no surveillance cameras, she would restore it. Qin Yaoguang's defense lawyer, Lu Onping, immediately raised his hand and retorted again, objection. What happened when Qin Suen was 8 years old has nothing to do with my client. The prosecution lawyer can't blame everything on my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang. Nothing to do with it. Gu Nianji didn't wait for the judge to speak. She took a step forward and stood opposite Lu Onping. She asked calmly, the cause of lawyer Qin Suen's sudden death was the so-called congenital heart disease. Now we have proven that her congenital heart disease wasn't innate, but acquired after the Qin Corporation used a virus to infect her genes under the guise of plastic surgery. This ticking time bomb was planted decades ago. Lawyer Lu, you're telling me now that it has nothing to do with your client. Do you dare say that your client doesn't know about these past events? Lu Onping waved his arms and insisted, you have no evidence. This is all speculation. My client didn't have the time to murder Qin Suen. Gu Nianji immediately retorted, since you've already admitted that your client, Qin Yaoguang, had the motive and means to murder Qin Suen, then let's now prove that Qin Yaoguang had the time to do it. What time? I've already proven that when lawyer Qin Suen died, my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, was attending an international conference on biological and genetic science in Hawaii. Lu Onping retorted calmly, just this one point alone makes all your evidence invalid. In a murder case, motive and means aren't the most important. The most important thing is whether there was a chance to actually commit the murder. If this point isn't valid, then nothing else is valid. Also, I didn't admit that my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, had the motive and means to commit the murder. Don't add to the drama. Lu Onping turned to look at the audience in the courtroom and spoke confidently, each of us has a dark place in our hearts, and we also have a flash of resentment towards others. This is the most primitive motive. But most people only think about it and don't do it, so it doesn't constitute a motive for murder. Whether it constitutes a motive or not depends on whether she has any follow-up actions. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Lu Onping. She slowly walked to Qin Yaoguang's dock and stood up straight. She looked down at the pale Qin Yaoguang and said, Miss Qin Yaoguang, you were attending an international biomedical conference in Hawaii, weren't you? Qin Yaoguang glanced at Lu Onping. Gu Nianji was impatient. She tapped her finger on the table of Qin Yaoguang's dock. What's so shameful about this small question? You still have to look at your defense lawyer to answer. Could it be that your meeting minutes are also fake? Based on Qin Yaoguang's stubborn personality, she would have argued with Gu Nianji at all costs. However, this time, Lu Onping had displayed abilities that were almost on par with Gu Nianji's. Therefore, Qin Yaoguang, who was muddle-headed, admired Lu Onping from the bottom of her heart. She obeyed his every word, afraid that she would say the wrong thing and lose everything. Lu Onping gestured at Qin Yaoguang, indicating for her to answer Gu Nianji's question. She said to Gu Nianji unhappily, "Please don't mentally oppress my client and affect my client's thinking and memory." Gu Nianji snorted and sneered without turning her head. "The defendant's lawyer thinks too highly of your client. Do you really think your client is a person with interpersonal disorder who doesn't care about what's going on outside and only cares about doing experiments?" Lu Jin, who was sitting in the gallery, suddenly felt his knees hurt. The corners of Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He looked back and silently mouthed to Lu Jin, "You deserve it." Lu Jin, Lu Onping frowned. There was nothing that couldn't be said at the international conference back then, but the prosecution lawyer, "Can you be nicer to my client? After all, she's your biological mother." Biological mother. Gu Nianji's emotions were in turmoil. She clenched her fists and continued to look at Qin Yaoguang. "Now that your defense lawyer says you can speak, can you answer my question?" Qin Yaoguang was relieved to receive Lu Onping's permission. Moreover, she was indeed attending an international conference in Hawaii, so there was nothing she couldn't say. She glared at Gu Nianji and nodded. "Yes, I was attending an international conference in Hawaii." "Then did the Hawaiian hotel where you attended the conference not have a phone or internet?" Gu Nianji seemed to ask casually. "How is that possible?" Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened, and her lips parted. She asked in disbelief, "Hawaii isn't an isolated island. And that was only 12 years ago." The internet had already appeared, but not many people used it, but it was already very common in the United States. As for the phone, how could there not be a phone in a 5-star hotel? "Miss Gu, do you know what you're talking about?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Please call me the prosecution lawyer, thank you." She turned around and returned to her plaintiff stand. She opened a file on her laptop and said, "This is a phone record we got from our country's telecommunications bureau. To be precise, it's a phone record from 12 years ago when Miss Qin Yaoguang was attending an international conference in Hawaii. Let's see who you've called." First of all, the phone number that appeared the most frequently was a phone number from the He residence. Gu Nianji showed a phone number with the middle few digits blacked out because He Qingjin's number couldn't be made public. She pointed at the phone number that had been blacked out in the middle and said mockingly, "Miss Qin Yaoguang, you only attended a 3-day conference in Hawaii, and you made 36 calls to General He Qingjin. On average, you made 12 calls a day. Although each call didn't last long, what were your intentions in tirelessly calling someone else's husband?" This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1883, Hawaii is not an isolated island. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were very important. There was a second watch at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1895. Qin Yaoguang didn't expect Gu Nianji to dig up such a long time ago. When she heard her last sentence, Qin Yaoguang's gaze swept across the courtroom again. She suddenly felt that everyone was laughing at her for chasing after a married man. She immediately said aggrievedly, "I had something to do. And General He is busy with work, so no one picks up. That's why I called so much. No one picks up." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "Do you think I've never lived in the He family?" The He family's phones, from the landline in the living room to the internal phones in the study and office, were all connected by special operators. No one picks up. You're just blowing your own trumpet. It was clearly He Qingjian who didn't pick up her calls, but she made it sound like no one picked up. "TSK, I'm really giving you face." Gu Nianji turned around with her back to the camera and curled her lips in disdain. Qin Yaoguang blushed at her words, but she still forced herself to say, "General He didn't have time to answer the phone, so I called a few more." It was a critical period for young Master He's recovery. I communicated with my peers during the meeting and came up with some new ideas. If young Master He's illness relapses in the future, there will be a way to deal with it. Relapse? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and raised her voice. Didn't young Master He recover from his illness when he was 16 years old? Why is there still a possibility of a relapse when he was 18 years old? You don't understand. Although gene therapy has a miraculous effect, it will take several years to truly consolidate the effect and confirm that there won't be any other side effects. When Qin Yaoguang talked about her profession, she was very organized and logical. And young Master He's illness was originally a genetic defect. We have to make sure that there are no problems with the genes he made up for and that there are no new changes. Gu Nianji glanced at He Qingjian, who was sitting in the gallery. She thought about it for a moment and quickly looked away. She didn't want He Qingjian to appear in court as a witness. This case would be broadcasted live all over the world, and He Qingjian was the supreme commander of the country's military. If he were to appear in court as a witness, if anything went wrong, not only would He Qingjian lose face, but the entire country would also lose face. Gu Nianji turned to face Qin Yaoguang and asked in a low voice, "Then you're confirming that you called the He family more than once on the day Qin Suwen died and 2 days ago, right?" "So what if I am?" "You've already said that there's an operator on the phone. What else can I do?" Qin Yaoguang was getting impatient. "If there's really something wrong with me, do you think the He family's security measures are weak? Why do you think the great general will let me go? And you even married me." Gu Nianji actually knew that with He Qingjian's status, even if he didn't investigate, the national security system wouldn't sit idly by. Moreover, He Qingjian loved Qin Suwen deeply. If Qin Suwen suddenly died, it would be strange if he could let go of any clues. They had already checked, and Qin Yaoguang had successfully married He Qingjian in the end. That meant that Qin Yaoguang must have undergone the strictest political investigation and the most detailed security check. So many elite security professionals hadn't found anything wrong with Qin Yaoguang. She should really be fine, right? Gu Nianji looked at Qin Yaoguang silently. She looked calm and composed as if she was saying, "I'll quietly watch you act like a B***tch." In fact, her mind was racing, thinking of the most possible breakthrough point. Lu Onping saw that Gu Nianji wasn't saying anything, so he didn't give her more time to think of a solution. He immediately said, "Lawyer for the prosecution, is that enough? My client isn't in the country. Even if I call the He family, there will be an operator on the phone. You can even get the recording of the conversation. Don't harp on this issue anymore, okay? That's not the point at all." Gu Nianji looked over. Her eyes were as clear as ink, like 2 balls of black mercury that had fallen into an ice house. Lu Onping actually felt a little cold. He quickly looked away and said, "Whether the prosecution witness confirmed my client's motive or means, it was all her speculation. It could even be said to be speculation. And the most important thing was the timing. She couldn't prove it. My client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, was indeed not in the country at the time, so there was no chance for her to commit the crime." "You really didn't?" Gu Nianji asked to herself. "Lawyer Lu, don't forget that Qin Suwen's congenital heart disease was acquired later on. This was the main cause of her death. And how did Qin Suwen get her congenital heart disease? Then we'll have to ask Miss Qin Yaoguang." Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and looked in Qin Yaoguang's direction again. "Miss Qin Yaoguang, do you know that lawyer Qin Suwen has a congenital heart disease?" Qin Yaoguang subconsciously wanted to say, "No," but before she said it, she glanced at Lu Onping. Seeing that he didn't have any special expression, she could only nod and say, "I know." She added, "Many people know about it. It's not a secret, is it?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I heard that lawyer Qin Suwen fainted once when she was young." She went to the hospital for a checkup and found out that she had a congenital heart disease. Yes, that's what happened. That's why I said that many people know about it. It's not a secret, Qin Yaoguang said casually. The He family's conditions are so good, and her condition isn't serious. As long as she's not provoked, she'll be fine. What a pity. I don't know what treasonous words Gu Xiangwen said to Qin Suwen, but it angered her to death. Qin Yaoguang said with a regretful expression on her face. She seemed to be really sad. Gu Nianji sighed in her heart, but she still had her usual smile on her face. She walked back to her plaintive seat and sat down in frustration. The road ahead was still blocked. She used all her strength, but she couldn't disrupt Lu Onping's rhythm. Was she really going to use her last trick? Gu Nianji was hesitant. Of course, she didn't want to reveal her DNA to the public, so she had never thought of doing a paternity test with Qin Yaoguang. But now, it seemed that she had to use this trick. While Gu Nianji was hesitating, the judge in the courtroom knocked the gavel and said, "Court adjourned for 30 minutes. The plaintiff and the defendant, please rest. If there is no new evidence or witnesses, this case will be decided at a later date." Gu Nianji looked at her watch. The morning interrogation had taken a full 3 hours, and it was already noon. She was hungry, but she didn't want to go out to eat at all. The prosecuting prosecutor asked her sympathetically, "Lawyer Gu, are you all right? Don't blame yourself too much. This case has always been difficult. We're already very surprised that you've done this much. Do you want to go eat together?" He took the initiative to invite Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji forced a smile. "I'm not hungry. You can go. I need to sort out my thoughts. I still have a tough battle to fight in the afternoon." Seeing that she still hadn't given up, the prosecutor was both emotional and respectful. He was much more respectful to her. "Then take your time, Lawyer Gu. I'll be leaving first." Gu Nianji nodded slightly and watched the prosecutor's back disappear in front of the courtroom door. By now, most of the people in the courtroom had already left in 2s and 3s. In order not to attract attention, even Lu Yuan was pulled away by Lu Jin. Only Hu Xiaoheng, He Qingjian, and Xie Qingying stayed behind. The cameras and live broadcast equipment in the courtroom stood quietly in the aisle like steel monsters, staring at them covetously, ready to devour them at any moment. He Qingjian walked up to Gu Nianji and asked in a low voice, "Nianji, can you go to my car and talk to me?" Gu Nianji looked up at him. Although he looked good, his expression was dead, and there was no life in his eyes. The person who had suffered the biggest blow from today's interrogation was actually not Qin Yaoguang or Qin Bei, but He Qingjian. Gu Nianji could understand his feelings, but she didn't have much sympathy. She asked coldly, "Is there anything you want to say that you can't say here?" He Qingjian shook his head. "It's safer in my car." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She actually wanted to ask He Qingjian about what happened that day. She thought about it for a moment, then stood up and said, "I only have 30 minutes. Can you finish?" He Qingjian nodded. "I'll try to make it short." Gu Nianji turned around. Hu Xiaoheng had already stood up and followed behind her quietly. He left the courtroom with them and came to He Qingjian's bulletproof car. Hu Xiaoheng and Xie Qingying didn't get into the car. Instead, they stood in front of the car. He Qingjian and Gu Nianji got into the car. He Qingjian ordered someone to lower the curtains of the car window and let the person out. He and Gu Nianji sat face to face in the quiet and soundproof bulletproof car. After a moment of silence, he said, "What you said just now, was it all true? Do you believe it?" Gu Nianji looked at him indifferently. "If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's fake." "Why do you say that?" Because I don't have any evidence, Gu Nianji said frankly. Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears. I don't have any evidence. Even the so-called congenital heart disease was acquired through logical reasoning. If Qin Suan's body hadn't turned into bones, she could also show evidence to prove that Qin Suan's congenital heart disease was acquired later on. But now that she didn't even have a heart, how could she prove that she had congenital heart disease? The opponent's move was really ruthless. Gu Nianji muttered, her hand tightly gripping the strap of her briefcase. He Qingjian looked at her quietly and said, I believe you. I know what you said is true. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and took a deep breath to force back her tears. She said, so what if you believe me? We're having a trial in front of the whole world. We need the court to believe that it's true. We need the people all over the world who are watching the trial live to believe that it's true. He Qingjian was silent for a while and began to recall the day Qin Suan died. Over the years, he had recalled that day countless times. It was as if he was torturing himself. He had already remembered every minute and every second of that day clearly. There were some things that he hadn't noticed at the time, but after today's trial, He Qingjian realized that they had a new meaning. He clasped his hands and looked ahead calmly. If you need, I can tell you what happened that day. I can even repeat to you the contents of Qin Yaoguang's phone calls over the past 3 days. Gu Nianji's lips twitched. You really remember? Do you still remember Qin Yaoguang's phone call from 12 years ago? I was very busy those 3 days. I only had time to answer her phone call on the morning of Suan's death, He Qingjian said in a low voice. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1884, I'll tell you. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be a second update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.